JustinFREAKIN, the formidable voice in the culture.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
Come on, man.
This is the Troll Patrol, live with JustinFREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol Live. It's a freaking Thursday. We got a jam-packed show tonight. All kinds of shit has been going on. We've had a senator get assaulted by law enforcement during a Kristi Noem speech. Republicans accusing Democrats of committing murder during a congressional hearing. Representative brought a floor vote to a standstill by yelling at Democrats to get some fucking balls. Over 200 people died in an airplane crash, but one person survived. We're gonna hear from him. Is there a Craigslist ad for paid protesters over the weekend at Trump's Army Parade? Is there an ad circulating in Los Angeles for paid agitators in LA? I guess we're going to be here on Saturday, by the way. We'll be here all day for whatever the fuck is going to happen. A lot of shit went on in Congress today. We're going to hear from Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and more. Hexeth testified in front of Congress. Multiple governors testified in front of Congress. Are you encouraging people to go out and protest, Warlord? DJ Dub. Also, welcome in, my friend. Curiouser has asked me if I would like to go, and I think I've come to the conclusion that being on here, mocking Trump's parade and covering the protests around the country is probably the better use of my time. Not to say that protesting is not a good thing. And there are probably protests near you. If one's happening in my podunk backwoods hillbilly town, one's happening in your town, I assure you. Well, I mean, I talked about it. Well, I wasn't on last night. I talked about it the other day. Like, you know, is it better for me to go out and participate in the protest, or is it better for me to stream and be an agitator online? I feel like it's better to stream and be an agitator online. But also, who am I? We may get 30 people here tonight. I was president of the Young Republicans in high school, Warlord. Secret Republican allegations. I try to be an agitator online. That's what we go for. To get over here to the New York City debate. Before that, here's your meme of the day. Iowa senator becomes first woman to play in 2025's congressional baseball game. And look how good she looks in that dress. Iowa Senator Joni Ernst can be my GOP mommy. I'm sorry. I mean, she wears it well, you gotta admit. Republicans just crushing the Democrats. How do they keep doing that? Are the Democrats not way younger? Oh, no, they're not, are they?
Is running in the November general election as an independent candidate. Tonight's debate is brought to you by the New York City Campaign Finance Board, the city agency that administers the public.
This is the New York City.
It's also sponsored
Democratic mayoral primary debate.
Gothamist and the City and Spectrum Noticias. And our co-sponsors are John Jay College of Criminal Justice, the Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at CUNY, the Center for New York City and State Law at New York Law School, and the Museum of the City of New York. And you can watch tonight's debate without a paywall on ny1.com. It's also being broadcast on NYC TV, WNYC Radio, the Spectrum News YouTube page, and C-SPAN, and in Spanish on Spectrum Noticias and YouTube.
The candidates joining us tonight have met a polling or fundraising threshold established by the Campaign Finance Board in order to take part in the debate. In alphabetical order, Adrienne Adams is the City Council Speaker representing parts of Southeast Queens.
So I'm sorry, Warlord. This was the other lady. Jessica Ramos apparently didn't even make this debate.
Brad Lander is the New York City Comptroller. Zohran Mamdani is a state assembly member representing parts of Queens. Zelnor Myrie is a state senator representing parts of Brooklyn. Scott Stringer is a former city comptroller and Manhattan borough president. And Whitney Tilson is a former hedge fund manager who helped create Teach for America.
Now for the rules. The rules that you see.
Yeah, she endorsed Cuomo. Oh, did she drop out of the
candidates? Each candidate will
out of the primary?
Statement of up to 45 seconds. Answers to our questions will generally be limited to 60 seconds with a chance for rebuttals at the discretion of the moderator. And candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent.
I thought it'd be like the top 5 instead of the top 7.
We're going to begin with
still a lot of people on stage.
The order was determined by a random drawing this morning, and so we'll begin with Scott Stringer. Good evening.
Well, good evening. Look, I love New York City. I was born and raised here.
Well, early voting starts like in 2 days.
It can be limitless.
And the election's in like 2 weeks, so.
People feeling that it's getting tougher to live here. People who built our neighborhoods are leaving the city. Young people who want to lay down roots here do not see enough opportunity. I say enough is enough. We need a mayor who has experience. We need a mayor who has competence, and a mayor who has a vision to build affordable housing, to enact universal child care, to build a public school system so that kids can thrive. I've seen the best of this city in every neighborhood as controller, as a borough president, as a state legislator. And I know that right now at this moment, we need somebody who has the ability to make sure this city can rise again, and I'm going to do it.
Okay, next is Eleanor Myrie.
This morning, I was on Flatbush Avenue getting my hair cut so I could be fresh for this debate.
And I don't know how to
didn't talk to me about politics. She said, "What are you gonna do to fight for immigrants like me?"
I don't get her positions and
I ran into
her reasoning.
Who said, "What are you gonna do to fight to help make our schools world class?" So here's the thing: you're gonna hear a lot of promises, a lot of nice and cute things on the stage tonight. But when you put your head to the pillow, you want a mayor that is going to fight to keep your family safe, fight to keep that roof over your head, and fight to give you opportunity. I know that because that's what I think about every single day. And I'm ready to put the gloves on as the next mayor.
Someone she said wasn't fit to hold the office just what, 3 years ago? 4 years ago?
Good evening. I'm Whitney Tilson, and I'm not a politician. I'm a businessman and philanthropist.
And that makes you worse.
I entered this race because I love this city, but right now it's a mess. It's not talent that we lack. We've got the best and brightest, nor money. We spend double that of any other city in the world.
Isn't New York City like the best position it's been in 50 years? Like right now?
It is rightly said that being job of mayor of this complex, enormous city is the second hardest job in the world. That's why we need a mayor who's experienced, competent, and can get things done, not a social media phenom with cute videos. Someone who can balance the budget and make tough choices, not pie-in-the-sky promises that there's no realistic plan to pay for, and someone who will keep us safe by ending chaos, not inciting it, by supporting law enforcement, and by not threatening to defund and dismantle our police. I will be that mayor, and so I'm asking for your vote. Thank you.
Okay, our next candidate is Adrienne Adams.
Thank you very much. My name is Adrienne Adams, and I'm running for mayor because I'm an everyday New Yorker, just like all of you are. When I open my front door, I see what every New Yorker sees, and that is we are in need of a change. I raised 4 children in Southeast Queens in the same home that we live in. I buy my own groceries, so I know the costs of groceries for everyday New Yorkers. Look, as the leader of the city council, leading the most diverse city council in the history, led by a women majority, I really
he was taking a shot at organic reach on social media, not paid ads.
Negotiated 3 city budgets. I'm now in the middle of negotiating my 4th city budget. I continue to lead and step in where our current mayor has not, where we have fought through the city council budget cuts. We have saved public libraries and pre-K. I'm Adrienne Adams, already doing the job, asking you to rank me number 1. To be the first woman
exactly right, DJ Dub.
of the city of New York.
Next candidate is Brad.
I thought she came out and endorsed Mamdani and wanted
you already know I'm not the flash.
everyone to rank Mamdani 1 and her 2.
I don't have a famous father.
Did I miss that?
TikTok. My daughter's here. All her videos do better than mine. But I love this city. I believe in its future, and I know how to make government work better.
Well, he's got jokes.
I've saved taxpayers over $2 billion, canceled corrupt contracts, managed the pension funds to record highs. I've built or saved over 50,000 affordable homes. As mayor, I'll deliver 500,000 more. That's why today the New York Times opinion panel said I'm the best choice for mayor. I've got the public integrity that New Yorkers deserve, the progressive values that New Yorkers share, and the
I like him. I think I would rank him number 2.
Next is Zoran Mamdani.
He's probably too liberal for me, but
Zoran Mamdani, and I am running to make the city affordable. I'll freeze the rent for millions of tenants, make buses fast and free, and deliver universal childcare. And before you ask, I'll pay for it by taxing the rich. The same billionaires who put Donald Trump back in the White House, the same ones who are funding Andrew Cuomo's campaign. Like many New Yorkers, I wasn't born in this country, but I grew up in this city, and it's one that we're in danger of losing. We're under attack from authoritarianism from the outside and an affordability crisis from the inside. Yet if you turned on your television 20 years ago, you'd have heard the same tired, failed policies you'll hear from politicians tonight. It's time for a new generation of leadership. And that's exactly what my campaign is building. A movement of more than 36,000 volunteers who have knocked on nearly 1 million doors and left us just 2 points away from City Hall. So join us, and let's win a New York you can afford.
he's got it down to 2 points.
Good evening, and thank you all very much for having me here today.
It was 10 last week.
Famous parent who I'm very proud of, Matilda Cuomo, and I hope she's watching. Everyone has a plan, as you've heard. Everyone always has a plan. That's always the way. But the question for tonight is, who has the ability to get the job done? That's really the question. Who can build housing? I built housing across the nation as HUD secretary. I built LaGuardia Airport, Kosciuszko Bridge, 2nd Avenue Subway, and more. Who can do public safety? While my colleagues were defunding the police, I was adding more police.
Yeah, that's why you suck.
I manage the state that has double the budget of New York City. And who can take on Donald Trump? That is the big question. And he sent troops into cities all across this country, but he never sent them into New York when I was there, and he never will when I am mayor. A job looks easy when you haven't done it. Experience matters. I will get the job done. I will work for you 24/7.
Thank you for your opening statements, candidates. Mr. Cuomo, many New Yorkers are concerned about what's happening in Los Angeles, workplace immigration raids and deportation.
Why are they concerned about what's happening in Los Angeles?
The president's deployment of the National Guard and the Marines over the objection of the governor and the mayor. The Trump aide Stephen Miller said the mayor has no say. If you were mayor of New York right now, how would you handle this situation if something like that happened here?
Yeah, we had this situation before, right? This is not a case of first impression. President Trump did this in Trump 1. He did it a number of times. He sent troops into cities all across the country. This is him being macho, authoritarianism. He's the commander-in-chief. He never sent them into New York because I said to him, you better never send troops into New York. We don't need them. It would be a hostile act. It would be a problem. Right now, in this situation, we're going...
Yeah, that's not exactly what Gavin Newsom has said.
This is a sanctuary city, and we are going to defend the laws of the sanctuary city. We have an NYPD that is the largest police force in the United States of America. Donald Trump only picks fights that he can win. He cannot win a fight with me as mayor of New York.
Mr. Mamdani,
because you'll roll over for him.
So far?
You know, what is so troubling to see right now is we also have the NYPD assisting ICE in some of those very missions right here in New York City. We saw the Strategic Response Group arrest a pastor who was peacefully observing the arrest of a migrant at Federal Plaza. When I am the mayor, the NYPD will serve public safety of New Yorkers. They will not assist Trump's ICE agents. And furthermore, though Donald Trump may not believe in the law, we have to be clear that we do, and we will in fact bring back our law department to its pre-pandemic staffing levels, 200 additional lawyers, and start to provide lawyers for immigrants who are in deportation cases, because we know that by doing so, we in fact increase their likelihood of coming home to their families in New York City by 11 times. Finally, we can see examples in previous mayoral administrations where the mayor's team, like Steve Banks in the last administration, took every single step they could to ensure that none of the personal information the city had would be turned over to the Trump administration. I would follow that example through all of our agencies.
Thank you. Ms. Adams, staying on this topic, but with kind of a follow-up. If the president sees what he thinks is disorder in the streets and believes that local and state law enforcement officials are not doing a good job at protecting citizens and property, why shouldn't he step in His supporters say that's his responsibility.
We are right now dealing with a lawless president enacting lawless behavior across this entire nation. As one who continues to speak up and out against Donald Trump, currently, Donald Trump would like to bring ICE back onto Rikers Island, which has been illegal since the year 2014. Through an executive order put forth by the deputy mayor of the city of New York, not the mayor of the city of New York, which is unprecedented. They want to bring ICE back onto Rikers Island. And the person that is endorsing me, she is the baddest AG in the nation. Her name is Tish James. She said, Adrian, if Donald Trump starts to get in your way, sue him. So I am suing him. I am suing the mayoral administration and Donald Trump's ICE. We will continue to protect immigrants when I am mayor, just like I am protecting them as the leader of the city council. We will make sure that Donald Trump's ICE obeys the law. We are a sanctuary city. I am here to protect that in the city council. And when I am mayor, I will continue to protect our laws and our immigrants.
Mr. Lander, continuing on the same track, but if the president says the mayor has no say, which seems to be the case because he did deploy the Marines and the National Guard, what would you do? What could you do?
Let me tell you about how the mayor could have a say. Last Thursday and again this morning, I went down to the federal building to observe immigration court and then accompany immigrants out past ICE agents so they could get out of the federal building and back to their families. One was a couple with kids in our city school system. They were worried they weren't going to see them again. So I stand up to bullies. I don't back down from a fight, and I will make clear that we're going to protect the 40% of New Yorkers who are immigrants, and we're going to keep them safe, and we're going to keep New York City safe. You can de-escalate conflict. What Trump wants is to strike fear and escalate conflict. We're going to make clear we stand up for immigrant New Yorkers, and we de-escalate and keep the peace. I do want to tell you, though, about some immigrant New Yorkers that Andrew Cuomo screwed when he was governor, and we're defending in my office. A couple hundred immigrant subway cleaners who he made clean the subway cars, but cheated out of the prevailing wages and health care that they were due. We're fighting right now to get it back. I stand up to bullies, and I'll stand up to Donald Trump.
Mr. Cuomo, you were named, so we may not be able to do this every time all night, but you were named, so you get a brief response.
I don't know what Mr. Lander is talking about. The MTA contracted for cleaning services. I assume that's what he's talking about. The MTA goes through a rigorous contracting process. They should never have hired illegal immigrants. If it is true,
that's not what he said.
Obviously, I had nothing to do with them hiring anyone.
I'm sorry, is that what you said? What did you call them?
If anyone was undocumented or they didn't pay the proper wages, I had nothing to do with it. It would have been done through the MTA.
You didn't pay them the proper wages. You cheated them out of the prevailing wages they were due and the health care they were due.
I didn't contract with them at all. The MTA contracted with them.
Who appoints the chair of the MTA?
Oh, I see. So every contract that the MTA contracts, you want me to be held responsible?
This one, yes, because a couple of hundred immigrant workers got cheated out of $2.5 million and their health care, and the orders came from on high.
Yeah, so you say. If they did it, that would obviously be wrong. The MTA contracts for $6 billion per year. They have multiple contracts. We have a controller on the state of New York who audits the books. I'm sure he's almost as good as you. And if that happened, he would have found out.
Thankfully, these are prevailing wage workers under city contracts.
But still on President Trump, and Mr. Stringer, you can reply to that if you want. But my moving on question is, his administration has made deep cuts to some programs that directly fund services for New Yorkers. A listener to my radio show asks, how do you propose addressing funding shortfalls for critical services, or which programs will you prioritize above others, assuming you can't make up for all the funding gaps? And please tell everybody how you think your approach would be better than the other candidates.
Sure, Brian. Well, look, I was in Trump 1 when I was a city controller. And during that time period, I didn't let him get this city down. During my time, I managed to divest $4 billion from fossil fuels controller. I divested from gun manufacturers. I divested from private prisons. I put the line in the sand with that guy, and I will do the same as mayor. Look, when you grow up in Washington Heights, everything comes your way. And you understand the only way to deal with it as a bully is to draw the line early and fight back. So here's specifically what I'm going to do. First, as mayor, we're going to establish a very, very rainy day fund. We need to get $500 million from the state and $500 million from the city so that we can continue to replenish the money that Donald Trump is taking from us. $80 million is taken in the dead of night. We need to keep the social safety net alive until Hakeem Jeffries becomes the speaker and we can dismantle the Trump organization. Just 2 seconds, just to straighten out the two of them. I was the one who brought the prevailing case with the MTA on those workers, and I believed very strongly then that we have to make sure that we pay wages so people can live and stay in New York, and that's why I did it.
Mr. Myrie, same question about dealing with the defunding of the city.
Yeah, first let me put my lawyer hat on for a second. What Donald Trump is doing right now is flat out unconstitutional, and we got to say that very clearly. Because
I feel like I should like this guy, but he's kind of a dork.
You're counting on us being relaxed about this approach because we see it in the headlines every day. It is flat out unconstitutional, and we should not, as a city, hesitate whatsoever to bring it to him when he's coming after our folks in this city. So look, I want to hire 50 more lawyers to our law department so we can go on the offensive. And the best way for us to be independent of the Trump cuts is to expand our tax.
Well, technically, he already won the position when Nancy Pelosi stepped down.
That's why I want to extend pre-K and 3K to 6 p.m. It is why I want universal after school for everyone. This has to be a city where you can raise a family.
There can be a mechanism to challenge his power, but I doubt Dems would do it.
We can create $18 billion over the next 10 years if we create 1 million homes over the next decade. That is what I plan to do, and I plan to go on offense every single time this bully comes after my city.
Mr. Tilson, you'll get the last word on this. People are talking about standing up to President Trump. Can it ever be smart, in your opinion, to hold your tongue about your worst opinions of him so that New York could possibly get better treatment? Or would that not be effective?
Yes, possibly. There's a grim anniversary coming up on Tuesday. It is the 10-year anniversary of Trump coming down that escalator, spewing hatred and xenophobia, and I've been fighting him tooth and nail every day of those.
Seemed like such a simpler time.
That said,
we were just mocking the political outsider.
A childish.
His rallies were kind of fun to watch.
Getting into a Twitter war with him needlessly would hurt our city, I think. He tweets a lot of crazy stuff. And most of the time, if you simply ignore it, he moves on to his next childish foolishness. So to your question, I will fight Donald Trump as mayor, stand up to him, sue him if necessary. But my job is to serve the people of New York.
Are you winning, son?
It involves not provoking a childish person, but one who unfortunately holds a lot of power, and our 10% of our city budget is federal funding.
Candidates, thank you for this first round.
Okay, candidates, some of you have many years of government experience, while others have spent less than a decade in office. One of you has never been elected to any office. So, and then if we consider age, one of you would be if elected.
The dude we just heard from, he was like a hedge fund manager. That's why he's a piece of shit.
Another would be the youngest mayor to take office in more than 100 years. So let me start with you, Mr. Mamdani. What do you say to critics who think that a 33-year-old assemblyman who's only been in office 4 years needs more experience before becoming mayor of the largest city in the country?
What I would ask is for them to judge me by the campaign that I am running. A campaign we began with about 2 full-time employees polling at 1% that has now grown to be one where we manage over 36,000 volunteers that have knocked on nearly 1 million doors. And ultimately, what I will deliver to New York City is what I've been delivering in this race: innovation and competence. And I will do so by hiring the best and the brightest. Because for too long, we've had an understanding of leadership where you simply want to replicate each one of your ideas and hire the people who will be quickest to say yes to whatever you say to them. I will instead hire the people who have the track records, the excellence, the fluency. And it has been a pleasure to meet with incredible officials like Maria Torres Springer, like Patrick Gaspard, like Steve Banks, like Amit Baga, so many who have delivered that public service and that public excellence in this city. And that is what I would be doing as the next mayor of this city of New York.
Mr. Myrie, similar question. What would you say to New Yorkers concerned that your legislative record, however lengthy, is not the same as running an organization of 300,000 employees?
Listen, I think New Yorkers want a mayor that is going to deliver results for them and to do it when it is difficult to achieve. I've passed over 60 bills that have become the law. But when I ran for state senate back in 2018, Albany was dysfunctional. Some rogue Democrats, propped up by Andrew Cuomo, prevented so many legislation that would help everyday New Yorkers, whether it was protection for tenants, whether it was reproductive health, whether it was climate legislation, whether it was your right to be safe in your neighborhood. And on day one in the state senate, I passed something called early voting, which all of us are going to participate in on this Saturday. So I am about the results and about the work. I have built coalition. I have listened to stakeholders. I've done really difficult things. That is the job of the mayor, to get everyone at the table and to achieve something that people said was impossible. I've been in the business of delivering for the people of my district. I look forward to doing the same thing for the people of New York City.
Myrie.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo.
I think Emma and Matt on Majority Report had him ranked like third or second or something.
You'd be 76 years old upon leaving office.
They seemed really
in their 70s,
receptive to him
for holding the second hardest job in America.
I think he comes across as a dork.
Term at a time, if we can. I think you raise a very important point. Experience matters.
Yeah, fuck Cuomo.
I think inexperience is dangerous in this case.
Yeah, look what happened when they had experience when you were in office.
5 people. You're not going to run a staff of 300,000 employees.
Come on, man.
He's never dealt with the city council. He's never dealt with the Congress. He's never dealt with the state legislature. He's never negotiated with the union. He's never built anything. He's never dealt with a natural emergency. He's never dealt with a hurricane, with a flood, etc. He's never done any of the essentials, and now you have Donald Trump on top of all of that, and he's never dealt with what I think is the greatest national threat that we face in this president. To put a person in this seat at this time with no experience is reckless and dangerous. To Mr. Lander and his experience, remember, this was the fiscal watchdog under the Eric Adams administration, which was like the bookkeeper at Tammany Hall.
Mr. Mamdani.
To Mr. Cuomo, I have never had to resign in disgrace. I have never cut Medicaid. I have never stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA. I have never the 13 women who credibly accused me of sexual harassment. I have never sued for their gynecological records, and I have never done those things because I am not you, Mr. Cuomo. And furthermore, the name is Mamdani, M-A-M-D-A-N-I. You should learn how to say it because we got to get it right.
Yeah.
Mr. Lander.
May I respond?
God damn.
Or is this my 60 seconds on the question?
Let Mr. Lander speak, and then you can respond to both.
Okay.
Just to be clear, is this my response to Andrew, or is this my 60 seconds on
No, this is your
experience?
response if you choose.
Thank you. So I've gotten so many Eric Adams contracts canceled, we can't keep track. He tried to put a $432 million no-bid crony contract, and we audited it, and we got it canceled. We have done it time and time again. Andrew knows a lot about corruption. That's part of the experience he had. He created a corruption commission and then killed it as soon as it got too close to him. But his senior aides had to resign.
Oh, I remember that.
Disgrace. And let's be clear, he has experience. But leadership is not inviting 25-year-old young women into your office, as he admitted he did, and then asking them about their intimate life and whether they would date older men. I lead by building the best teams, not through sexual harassment, corruption, and disgrace.
Mr. Cuomo.
Mr. Mamdani's right. He's never done anything, period.
Mr. Mamdani.
This is a man who passed...
Mamdani. Just say the name right, Mamdani.
This is a man who has done nothing. He's accomplished nothing. 3 bills are all he passed. He has the worst attendance record in the New York State Assembly. He has never held a real job. He has 0 accomplishments.
I want to be very
clear. And now
clear.
he thinks he's going to be ready to be mayor of the city of New York. It is laughable. It is laughable, and it is dangerous.
Okay. I want
really
Mr.
quick, and then we're
Cuomo to
gonna
look
move on.
out into the crowd and look at Richard Chow, who lost his brother to suicide because of the taxi driver debt crisis. I went with Mr. Chow over many, many months organizing to push this very city to finally reckon with its complicity in that, and we won $450 million in debt relief. And I want you to look at him and tell him that that's nothing.
Okay, let's
You passed
let's move to
$3 billion.
Excellent answer.
To Mr. Stringer. Yeah.
Just cut right to chase and tell what's really going on here. So, truth be told, experience matters. And Andrew Cuomo has experience. I know that. He does. But vision matters. And Mamdani, said it right? Mamdani,
almost there.
Okay, I'm getting there.
Almost there.
Good job.
You have the vision, and you have articulated it during the campaign. The problem is we need somebody who can do both. And my experience and my vision, when you combine it, is the third lane to win this race, and that's what we have to do.
Very good.
Yeah, third way Democrats works out so well.
Mayoralty on training wheels, but we also have to have a mayor who's willing to go to town hall meetings, to meet with the voters where they are, and that hasn't happened with the experienced candidate. Now, one last thing. Every job I've had, state legislator, I introduced rules of reform in the assembly and got it passed. As Manhattan Borough president, I actually built affordable housing. I didn't do 1 or 2 rezonings. I did that as my life's work and made a difference. As controller, I built the best controller's office that Brad Lander takes credit for, and I'm proud of that.
Okay, fair enough. I want to bring Ms. Adams into the conversation. Ms. Adams, your private sector experience involved finding and training corporate leaders. Government, however, involves working with people who are independently elected, maybe politically connected, who cannot be bypassed, cannot be fired. How do you avoid falling into the trap of catering to vested interests at the expense, possibly, of the public interest?
Well, in the words of Scott Stringer, let's just cut to the chase. As the only candidate currently doing this work that everyone is aspiring to do, as co-leader in city government and city hall already, as one that has walked up those steps of city hall for almost 10 years, as the one that is leading one of the largest legislative bodies in the entire country, as one that has seen 120,000 units of affordable housing coming up in the city, as one who has championed the largest victory for affordable housing in a generation, as one that is already doing this work, as one that has taken private skills from the private sector in management. I have trained people that will make more money than I will ever make in a lifetime. And bringing those skills with me into the public sector, into the New York City Council, now leading a body of 50 council members as the one with the experience ready to go to work tomorrow, because where I work is where everyone else on this stage aspires to work, in City Hall in Adrian Adams, New York.
Okay. I have a question for you, Mr. Tilson, related to this discussion. You have frequently said on the campaign trail that, quote, career politicians have caused many...
Roker put their weight back on, didn't he?
...them worse. You said tonight, in fact, that this is no time for amateur hour. Explain why a lack of experience running a city agency would make you a better manager than some of your rivals here.
I actually view not being a politician as a feature, not a bug. It is possible to hire people into administration.
Well, I thought his name was Whitey.
The experience of running a big bureaucracy. I would point to Mike Bloomberg as my inspiration when I decided to run for mayor. He had never held elected office before. I think he was one of our greatest mayors. He steered us through the global financial crisis, and I believe that having someone like him, who I saw was independent of all the special interests, who in a low turnout off-season primary like what we're having right now, only 5% of New Yorkers of our total population is probably going to be enough to win the primary, and effectively, and certainly last time was enough to win the mayoralty. So I think we need a mayor who is independent of that inherently corrupting system, who doesn't need the job, who isn't angling for higher office, and who brings a business background, which I think is more relevant to managing one of the world's largest bureaucracies.
Okay. Thank you, candidates.
When New Yorkers are asked their top concerns, one of the biggest issues is always affordability, particularly the high cost of housing. Millions of New Yorkers in rent-stabilized apartments are currently awaiting a final ruling from the Rent Guidelines Board about how much they could pay more each month in rent. But first, we'll get to a crucial question about the production of housing. We want you, the candidates, to address New Yorkers with your top proposal to ease the housing crunch. And I'll start with you, Mr. Myrie. We know you've been vocal about a plan to build and preserve 1 million units of housing. You mentioned it earlier. Is that a realistic possibility given the current dynamics in the city?
Let me tell you what's real, Katie. People are leaving the city because they can't afford to stay here. They can't afford the rent, can't afford to own a home.
The rent's too damn high.
My wife, who were looking to put down roots in the same neighborhood we grew up in.
What happened to that guy? That was the New York City mayoral race.
That have put their solutions forward, and things have only gotten worse. So yes, 1 million homes over the next 10 years, because we can't keep nibbling around the edges. That is the only way we're actually going to bring down the cost of housing. And listen, is it going to be challenging? Of course it's going to be challenging. But anything worth anything is going to be hard to do. We built the Empire State Building in 13 months, and we did it 100 years ago. Come on already. Of course we can do 1 million homes. I want to change our public land to be affordable housing. I want to convert our industrial areas to residential. We have commercial real estate.
Justin's not high enough because I'm not high at all. Thank you very much, Globus.
We have opportunities to revitalize NYCHA. We got to be.
His name was Jimmy McMillan, and you would be happy to know that he still believes the rent is too damn high.
Mr. Stringer, your housing model, your housing plan is to model a highly successful plan from the 1950s. You call it Mitchell-Lama 2.0. It sounds ideal, but how would you pay for this expansive plan?
Okay, this is where we just got to have an honest conversation. I get 1 million. I could easily say we could do 2.5 million given my experience. It's all, put that aside for a second. People.
He said the rent really was too damn high, and I knew it was going to get worse.
Income housing now. The way we do it is we take the 1,000 vacant lots I audited as controller, and we give that land back to the people, to not-for-profits, to limited-profit developers. We don't ask the luxury developers to build the low-end and affordable housing we need. We get a generation of people to come in and build the tens of thousands of units of housing. See, it's not...
I know, DJ Dub. It is fucking disgusting.
The question that I care passionately about is who are we building housing for? We got
out right now.
3-bedroom apartments for families.
So I technically had a bowl left and spilled my tea on it. It doesn't smoke.
A housing stock that is the best practice in the world. We got to build more of that housing, integrated housing, because the people who moved into those buildings, you know what they did? They didn't just exist in those apartments. They built communities, schools, and daycare centers. And this is a promise I can keep while I'm alive, while I'm mayor, and we'll see what happens going forward. But let's do that immediately on day one when I'm mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Lander, as mayor, you declare a housing emergency which could help you build 500,000 homes, including on city-owned golf courses. How do you get the citywide support for this plan?
So the New York Times opinion panel today said I was the best choice for mayor because I combine clear and bold plans and a real track record of delivering. That is especially true on housing. In the neighborhood around the Gowanus Canal, when I was council member, I organized the community to support redevelopment. More housing, more affordable housing is going up there than anywhere else in the city, and the community's supporting it because it's coming with open space and affordable art studios, as well as 3,000 genuinely affordable homes. We're even fixing up the NYCHA units nearby. As controller, I saved the 35,000 rent-stabilized units that were put at risk when Signature Bank failed by investing to buy the mortgages on them. I know how to do this. I have a detailed plan for getting 500,000 units built. That's around the Interborough Express, where we've got new opportunities for transit-oriented development. And we can build great new neighborhoods on 4 of the city's 12 golf courses because people will be excited about courtyards for families, about daycare centers, about new schools and libraries, places they could own in neighborhoods they will love.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo, you were HUD secretary, you were governor for more than a decade, you managed a nonprofit housing organization. What would you say to voters who wonder if all that experience might end up being, in the end, the wrong experience, since after decades of work, we've ended up in a housing emergency here in the city?
Yeah, I would say, Errol, I would say, look at the results, right? Everyone has a plan. I have a
That's
plan.
what he just said.
Everyone has a plan. They had a plan to build.
Look at your results.
Nobody did it until I did it. They had a plan to build a new Moynihan train station, but nobody could do it until I did it. They had a plan to finish the 2nd Avenue subway, but nobody could do it until I could do it. Now we have plans to build affordable housing, and we do need hundreds of thousands of units of affordable housing, there's no doubt, but we're going to need a different model. The city HPD does not work to create this volume. The state housing program does not work to create this volume. We're going to have to accelerate the ULERP program. And then we're going to have to open every option available. NYCHA units, office to residential conversion. Every city-owned piece of property we have to look at, air rights, how do we maximize it? We are going to have a full-on assault to build affordable housing. And yes, it's one thing to have a plan. It's another thing to have the ability to do it. And that's where New York City has fallen down time and time again, not the managerial ability to complete a plan.
Ms. Adams, you mentioned the recent City of Yes rezoning that you were instrumental in helping to pass. It's supposed to create tens of thousands of units of housing, but the experience of past rezonings, like the one in downtown Brooklyn, suggests that it can take as long as 10 years or longer for rezonings to result in actual construction. If you're elected mayor, what would be your plan to get units built more quickly than that?
We're going to build it faster, and just to let Mr. Cuomo know, I've got a plan. It's already in the works. It is called the City of Yes, the City for All, something that I have already ushered in. So the work is already being done. We're hearing a lot of plans and policies, but this is something already, I'm already doing this work. We have already begun the works for the City for All, and in that proposal, it is the most aggressive rezoning proposal in a generation for this city to build upwards of 82,000 affordable units for New Yorkers. We want to keep people here. I want my children to stay here. I'm an everyday New Yorker. I don't want them leaving because New York is not affordable for them. And so I have made sure that there is $5 billion that is put into the City for All proposal. So, Mr. Cuomo, we are going to take care of the HPD vacancies within that $5 billion. We're going to make sure that communities like mine in Southeast Queens are protected, infrastructure is protected. We're going to make sure that we've got extended and expanded access to City FEPS vouchers. We're going to make sure that there are repairs available for NYCHA residents and Mitchell-Lama residents. And we're going to make sure that homeowners also have access to funding to make sure that the homeowners have repairs. We won't have to look at foreclosure in the volume, and we don't have to look at deed theft in the volume. I'm already doing the work. I'm already there.
Thank you.
And still on housing, and to bring the last two of you into it, Mr. Tilson, you said in the last debate that your housing construction plan is the opposite of Mr. Mamdani's. More private sector, less public. Can you elaborate on that in your 60 seconds, and then we'll hear Mr. Mamdani argue for his approach?
Sure. If I were to summarize my plan in 4 words, it'd be unleash the private sector. That is the only way to...
Everyone point at this dumbass and laugh.
I said it's the opposite of his plan because his plan is to spend $100 billion city dollars to build affordable housing. So my plan, I don't think this should take 10 years if you truly do it. And it's not just zoning regs. It's all the whole bureaucracy going.
It's like half as big as it was. It was huge last time.
Process. This can be done. Austin, Texas is a good example. Their rents went up 25% in the year 2021. The city leaped into action, quickly changed its zoning rules. They increased supply by 15% in 3 years, and rents dropped by 20%. I don't just want to stabilize rent. I think we can drop rents in this city. That's the objective. But right now, it's outrageous that businesses and real estate developers have to hire expediters to deal with the city bureaucracy. So it's a much bigger problem, and the mayor controls most or all of this.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
I met a grandmother in a senior center in Brownsville, and she came up to me and told me that she'd been on a waiting list for 7 years for senior housing, and that she wasn't sure if she was going to be able to stay in the city any longer. The reason that my campaign is committing to building 200,000 truly affordable homes is because if we don't, we will lose the very New Yorkers who built this city. and we will lose them unless we rapidly scale up the programs we already have. Programs in HPD like SARA, Senior Affordable Rental Apartments, ELA, extremely low-level affordability, the very kind of programs that are built for the New Yorkers who are being priced out of the market. And we do this while also ensuring that it is easier to build even for the private sector. We end the requirement to build parking. We end this piecemeal approach that we've taken, instead having a city-wide comprehensive planning approach. These are the kinds of ways in which we can actually ensure that we start to build more than 4 houses per 1,000 people, that we actually start to get up to Jersey City and Tokyo and build the housing that's necessary in this city.
To finish this round, by a show of hands, I will translate for the radio audience, how many of you would support a rent-stabilized rent freeze this year? Hands up if you do. Okay, the ones whose hands are up are Stringer, Myrie, Mamdani, and Lander. Not up.
State the question, please.
What?
Your donors who gave you $2.5 million to freeze the rent.
In the rent stabilization system this year, rent freeze this year. Yes or no, Mr. Cuomo?
Would I vote for a rent freeze this year?
Yes.
I'd leave it to the Rent Guidelines Board.
Who controls them? The mayor.
We appoint them. The law controls them. You should read it.
Ms. Adams, your hand
The law
was
didn't
not-
control you, did it?
You should read it.
Ms. Adams, your hand was not up, was it? Why not? Oh, it was raised.
There has to be a balance there,
so
though,
only
between the
Mr.
homeowners
Tilson's
as well, though.
hand was not up. Okay, that was a
Apparently, Michael Wolff has come out and said that he's seen pictures of topless girls on Trump's lap. And my response to that would be, why are you just telling us that now?
landlord rates of return, their profits, rather than simply.
You would have had to have known about it for like 10 years at this
or
point.
no, if you're open to
Fuck Michael Wolff.
increases to profits rather than 1 year's cost increase. Who would say yes to that change or that proposal? I don't see any hands.
Brian, it is part of the formula already.
It's part of the formula.
It is part of the formula. Now, you look at a variety of factors, including net operating income relative to costs, as it should be.
Mr. Lander's right. That is the law. You look at the costs that the landlord is incurring, and that's how you set the rent increase if you do.
But also the profits.
Yes, but
profit margins.
Yeah, they do an economic analysis.
Yeah.
That's what the Rent
Okay.
Guidelines Board does.
Katie.
Thank you. And this question is for Mr. Cuomo because it did come up earlier. Many voters are grappling with how to disqualify you or not after the sexual harassment findings that led to your resignation as governor. How do you argue people should consider that factor? And we'll let the other candidates give their take.
Yeah, I would ask them to look at the facts and not the political rhetoric that you hear on this stage. I said when the report was issued, it was all political. That's what I said. And I said nothing was going to come of it. 4 years later, we've had 5 district attorneys, Democrat, Republicans, upstate, downstate. They've all looked at them. Nothing has come of them whatsoever. There has been one civil case that's been resolved. I was dropped from the case. So absolutely nothing has come except political fodder for my opponents and political fodder at the time.
Do any other candidates want to chime in?
You admitted at the time that you called a 25-year-old staffer into your office and asked her questions about whether she'd had older partners and whether she was available, and intimated that you were looking for a partner. Everybody here knows that you sexually harassed women, that you created a toxic work environment where
he's Italian.
All these CUNY students, many of them young women. I went to the City College commencement. The valedictorian is going to come work at the Department of Homeless Services. I don't want to have to tell her, don't go work at City Hall because the mayor is a sexual harasser.
Those are just bold-faced lies.
No.
At the time.
And it's frightening that you can look at a camera and lie
Right now, I'm
that
looking at you.
easily.
What lie did he tell?
At the time.
I never said that.
We were all there.
And by the way, that has been totally disproven by every court that has looked at it. every
Courts don't
legal
disprove
proceeding.
things.
Yes, they do, sir.
They
A
don't,
report was issued. The DAs looked at it. They all disagree with you. I was dropped from the case. So those are the facts.
The Biden Justice Department and the Attorney General of the state of New York, and again, it was reported that you admitted at the time that it was a mistake to call that 25-year-old into your office. Folks can check the record.
And the Attorney
folks
General
know if he worked for you would fire him.
Hang on.
Yes.
Attorney General's
just wrap up.
The Attorney General's report was determined by a court to be hearsay and not a finding at all. I understand.
One hearsay is a type of evidence.
The women who accused you of sexual harassment, that's what you're calling hearsay.
The district attorneys looked at all those complaints, and not a single case
we're going in circles. We're going to move on.
Maybe you know better than the facts.
Obvious that this is disqualifying.
Candidates?
The man resigned. Should be obvious. The problem is we do not get to address the issues that New Yorkers care about.
Yeah, that's just what we're going to do. That's just what we're going to do. Just hang on. We are done with this topic. We're going to move on to the next one, candidates. Let's talk about quality of life, concerns about disorder and public safety. The number of complaints about disorderly conduct in New York City have nearly tripled compared to the pre-pandemic year of 2018. Arrests for disorderly conduct have risen significantly, but New Yorkers still say they are less satisfied about their quality of life than in the past. So we're going to start with you, Mr. Lander. Do you want the NYPD to address quality of life violations, or is there some other way to do it? And how would you address concerns about quality of life without violating constitutional rights or opening the door to accusations of illegal profiling?
As mayor, my #1 priority will be to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness. When I talk to people about what's influencing their quality of life, what would they like changed? They would like to be able to get on the subway and feel safer. Last week I talked about a friend whose middle school student was pushed to the ground by a mentally ill homeless person. But we don't have to be a city where a couple thousand of our mentally ill neighbors sleep on subway platforms and the sidewalks and stoops of our buildings. And yes, of course, NYPD have a role to play in keeping neighborhoods safe, getting guns off the street, but no amount of policing is going to connect a homeless mentally ill person to the housing and services that they actually need. The plan that will is called Housing First. It's working in Houston and Denver and Salt Lake City. We used it here to end street homelessness for veterans, and I will use it to end street homelessness for people with serious mental illness, and that'll be a city with a dramatically better quality of life for everyone.
Okay. Mr. Stringer.
I don't know. He's won me over. He'd probably be my #2 if I was ranking.
The issue of quality.
Remember, you got to rank your top 5 in this election.
Who's spent his entire life here, who's raising kids here. People do not want to live with trash. They don't want to live with broken sidewalks. They don't want a 311 system that can't resolve the basic day-to-day issues that New Yorkers face. We've gotten away from that kind of work. You know, swagger to me is different than swagger at City Hall today. Swagger means I feel satisfied when we help somebody get the services we need. How I'm going to do it specifically, we got to have a deputy mayor for quality of life and institute what I call quality stat, meaning there's a lot of agencies apart from the police that actually are responsible for the day-to-day running of the city and resolving complaints and issues. We need to measure that. We need to look at the data at 311. We need to do the follow-ups. I'm going to be the mayor in the Ed Koch mode that comes to town hall meetings and communities, just like Ed did as controller, roll my sleeves up, go in front of hundreds of people and say, let me have it. What do you want? What's going on? And I will resolve the complaint in 24 hours. That's the kind of mayor that we need in this city to keep people here and to make sure that we become the beacon of the greatest city in the world.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
You know, when I speak to New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs, what I hear time and time again are these very kinds of complaints. Complaints around the cleanliness of our streets, complaints around whether the parks that they love can actually be maintained. And so many of them come back to a mayoral administration that has underfunded city agencies time and time again, literally requesting to take garbage cans off of sidewalks. That's what we have had for the last 4 years. I'm proud to have been endorsed by DC 37, the single largest labor union representing municipal workers in this city, the people who run this city, trust me to lead this city. And what I will do is fully fund each one of those agencies to ensure that we are not just providing public service, we're providing public excellence so that each and every New Yorker is finally receiving the quality of life that they deserve living in this city.
Okay. And so, Mr. Myrie, really in a lot of ways what I'm getting at is that the city government and a lot of voters, frankly, will reflexively reach for the NYPD as the best tool to handle what they perceive as disorder, which some people say is kind of a stepping stone towards crime, or in some ways a precursor to it. What's your take on that, and how would you handle it?
Yeah, let me first say, Scott, you got a little bit of swagger. You got some sneakers on today, so I don't want you to discount yourself.
I got it from you.
All right, very good. So let me say this. Look, I walk the streets, I take the subways just like you do. And part of the reason that people are frustrated with politics is because you walk the streets, you take the subways, and then you listen to folks on this stage, and it's completely divorced from your reality. Here's what I want to do. I think we need police and clinician teams in our subways and our streets 24/7 to get people on a path to real recovery. New Yorkers are compassionate people, but we want to ensure that people are actually getting that help. So I want stabilization centers in every borough so that we can deliver that help. Public safety requires us to do two things. We understand that police officers are necessary, but we also have to invest in the things we know prevent crime and disorder in the first place. That's why I want 50,000 more summer youth jobs, so that it is universal. We have no young person on a waiting list. Stop telling our kids what not to do without giving them something to do. I want universal after school as well, so that we can have a safe place to be and have our families have a place where their children can stay.
Okay. Mr. Tilson.
Yes, to answer your question
Whitey Tilson
about enforcing more quality of life issues. For example, I ride my bike almost every day in the city. The e-bikes are fast and dangerous, and we're riding up on the sidewalks, blowing through red lights, and cops started enforcing it, and I can tell you, being out there every day, they're now obeying the law. That is the kind of thing that contributes to the feeling of lack of safety. I will say that what I would not do is demonize the police by calling them wicked and corrupt, by threatening to defund.
Oh, honey, let me tell you about the NYPD.
34-year low in the number of police officers. There's only one candidate on this stage, him, who has not said that he would try and build that number back up.
One of my favorite stories is one of the dudes that tried to expose corruption, a good cop inside the NYPD.
Code word for
the NYPD had him committed.
They are demoralized, they are understaffed, and
look up the story of Adrian Schoolcraft and then tell me how awesome the NYPD is.
Precinct very close to here actually told me she is still filling out the paperwork for most of her arrests, and the criminal is back out onto the street before she's finished.
Did you want to respond?
I want to say
also that never happens,
because both Mr. Tilson and Andrew Cuomo's Republican billionaire donors have been lying about me on our television screens and right now. I will not defund the police. I will work with the police because I believe the police have a critical role to play in creating public service, public safety. And fundamentally, when I put together our proposal for the Department of Community Safety, it was built upon the many conversations I had with rank and file officers who had told me that they signed up to join the department to take on serious crimes. And yet what they were being asked to do is play the roles of mental health professionals and social workers. And that is part of the reason why 65% of crimes in the first quarter of this year are still not solved. We need to ensure police can focus on those crimes, and we have mental health professionals and social...
So he's actually describing the defund the police movement without using the language defund the police.
I just want to clarify, Whitney, did you not talk about my police retention plan, or you didn't?
Come on, Scott. Ms. Adams, I want to bring you in the conversation because you were at City Hall when the funding question came up that has been interpreted by some as defund the police. What was happening then in that particular session with that particular proposal? And if you're elected, what would you do about this question of where and when and if the police get involved in quality of life policing?
Thank you for asking the clarifying question, Errol, very much. The FY 2021 budget season was a very, very tough season for the New York City Council and, quite frankly, for the mayoral administration as well. We were still masked up in the pandemic. and New York City was very, very underfunded as a city. We were looking towards going in the hole, if you will. So several city agencies had to take a haircut. The NYPD was one of those agencies, as were many, many city agencies. Heck, the New York City Council, we had to take a haircut. So there was funding reallocation that happened across the board for New York City because of the pandemic. So, I mean, services were cut. Many folks out there realized that some of park services were cut and other services were cut as well, unfortunately. So that was the climate that we were in, quite frankly, during the pandemic season. As mayor, though, I know that New York City is fiscally found. Our issue right now is going to be Trump-proofing the New York City, Trump-proofing New York City, which I am doing right now as one who is negotiating the 4th New York City budget, something that no one else on this stage can say. And we've already put aside in reserves through my leadership on the council $1.9 billion to begin to protect the people of the city of New York from Donald Trump's harsh cuts. We want the administration to not match us, go above us. We're going to need to make sure that our resources are protected, that our nonprofits are protected, that our children, our seniors, our health care is protected. And as leader of the city council, I've already made a start in doing just that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, if we wonder why the people watching this are frustrated, is because of the disconnect of what they're hearing. They are afraid on the streets. They feel unsafe. You can quote statistics all day long. They get afraid walking into the subway. They get afraid walking down the street when they see a mentally ill homeless person. We did defund the police. We did. We cut $1 billion from the police. People on this stage said, defund the police. That was the change.
I don't remember them ever having
was taken from the police department.
A cut.
Mr. Mondami says he would dismantle the police. That's his expression. Mr. Landers.
They spend what, like 10, 11, 12 billion? It's absurd.
Slow to recognize the problems of crime and quality of life and mopeds.
See, it's not so difficult to take responsibility, is it?
That's what he said, that they were slow to realize the crime that people were living with. We have to get back to safety. I would add 5,000 police officers. Yes, we need mental health professionals who also help work with the mentally ill, and they're two totally separate things. But this city has to be safe. Opportunity for youth is part of it. But if people don't feel safe, Errol, they're not going to stay. End of story.
Okay, real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think New Yorkers want accountability. They want accountability when people commit crimes. They want accountability when officers use excessive force. They want accountability when top brass violate their office. And they want accountability from elected officials.
Okay, overshot a little bit. 5.8 billion for this fiscal year.
With rising disorder, here's how I'm going to actually deliver it. You've never taken responsibility for one single thing you've done wrong in your entire life. Not one single thing. You should try it sometime.
Okay, Ms. Adams, real quick.
Yeah, I just want to clear up the whole defund mystery here that keeps on being used as far as the New York City Council and the FY 2021 budget is concerned. Let's just be clear. The budget is negotiated with the mayoral administration. The NYPD is a part of the mayoral administration, and the reallocation of funds was done with the knowledge of the NYPD, not in any far-off land, far, far away. I don't know how long you've been out of it, Mr. Cuomo, but it's been a while. So I just want to make sure that we are clear here tonight. Old slogans and scare tactics aren't going to make anybody in New York City safer.
Okay, candidates, thank you. Candidates, we're going to move on to our lightning round. That's where each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response.
We're about halfway through this.
I'm going to start with a show of hands one.
Well, this is only an hour and a half this
Technology. Do you still have a Metro card in your wallet? Show of hands. Mr. Myrie, Mr. Cuomo, Ms. Adams still have the Metro card. God bless you. Let's go down. Name one department that you would make cuts to. We'll go right down the line. Mr. Tilson. Lightning.
There's so many to choose from.
Come on, Waddy.
There's a lot of fat to cut in the DOE budget, but there are other areas I would include.
Department of Education.
DOE means Department of Education, not the Board of Elections. Mr. Stringer.
As controller, I identified efficiencies in every city agency to make them more run better and efficient. So it's not about cutting or targeting one agency. It's really about doing due diligence in all the agencies.
Mr. Myrie.
Yeah, I think New Yorkers experience city services every day. It's not about who has what. It's about how we're delivering. So I think it's important that we are efficient in that. I think we can shift some funding from the Economic Development Corporation to our city's general fund.
Mr. Mamdani.
I think we have to end our city's addiction to consulting and contracts. We're currently paying McKinsey millions of dollars to design a trash can. We don't have to do it.
Yep.
Last year, we paid out $2 billion in claims against the city. I'll put them on the books of city agencies so they have an incentive to reduce them. They can keep half the savings. It's hundreds of millions of dollars we can save.
Mr. Cuomo.
City government hasn't been properly managed in 12 years. It needs an overhaul from top to bottom. That's what I think has to be done.
Where'd you start? Where would you start?
I think if housing is a top priority, I would start with HPD because that's one of the first jobs we have to start.
Okay. Ms. Adams.
You know, I'm still negotiating the city budget, the only one on the stage that's doing this thing. So let's just be real about it. The mayor actually implemented pegs that took away head count for many, many city agencies. So I don't think that we're in the space right now to cut anything. We do need to reform and revamp city agencies. So what we need to do is take a look at, as was said, contracts. We've got a lot of bloated contracts out there, primarily because of the cronyism under Eric Adams.
In this lightning round, just 3 yes or no questions from me. Is it logistically possible, Ms. Adams first, to close Rikers by 2027? Yes or no?
No.
Mr. Cuomo?
No, the law is a joke.
Mr. Lander?
Not a joke, but not by 2027 either.
Mr. Mamdani?
No, Eric Adams has made it functionally impossible.
Mr. Myrie?
No, but it needs to close.
Mr. Stringer?
No.
And Mr. Tilson?
No, not by 2032 either.
We'll go the other order on yes or no. Do you support an expansion of red light cameras, Mr. Tilson?
Absolutely.
Mr. Stringer?
Yes.
Absolutely, and I voted for it.
Really?
Thank you, Mr. Myrie. Mr. Mamdani?
Yes, and unlike Andrew Cuomo, I know you can't turn right on red in New York City.
Mr. Lander?
Yes, and with real accountability for drivers who do it.
Mr. Cuomo?
Yes.
Ms. Adams?
Yes.
And one more. We'll start in the middle with Mr. Mamdani. Have you ever voted for a Republican?
No.
Mr. Myrie?
I have not, but I voted for a Democrat that ended up caucusing with the Republicans. That's why I ran for state senate in the 2018.
Mr. Stringer?
Ooh.
Republican, Mr. Stringer?
Never in my life.
Mr. Tilson?
Sure, Bloomberg.
Ms. Adams?
No.
Mr. Cuomo? No. And Mr. Lander? No.
This first question,
Sure, Bloomberg.
I'll start with you, Mr. Tilson. What is your favorite park or playground in the city, and would you, as mayor, commit to at least 1% of the city budgets going to the Parks Department?
Yes, I raised 3 daughters in the city. They're now in their 20s. Shout out to my youngest, graduating from college in 2 days, actually. And I ran the Daddy Olympics in Central Park every day. We circled the park and had a number of favorite playgrounds. I'd say the favorite we called Playground Number 1, which is at 96th and 5th. And I've actually called for permanently making the parks budget 1% of the city budget, so it increases with the city's budget. Their parks are our gems.
Mr. Stringer?
1% for parks because every kid deserves outdoors, and we have got to make sure we fix all the parks, not just in wealthy communities. But look, my favorite park is where the kids want to play. So if it's on a basketball court, I'm there. If it's Central Park, I'm there. Rockefeller Park, I'm there. I have no decision making it. It's all up to them.
Mr. Myrie?
My favorite park is Prospect Park, and my parents... Let's go, yeah, Prospect Park in the house. My parents are here in the audience with us, and it is where I learned how to ride a bike. It is where they took me throughout my childhood. So I absolutely would commit to 1% to our city's parks. It's a shame that we have not done that already.
Mr. Mamdani?
I would absolutely commit 1% of the city budget to the Parks Department. I'm proud to have done so over the course of this campaign.
I'm a big fan of Lincoln Park.
It's Astoria Park.
Mr. Lander?
Zelnor Myrie is right on this question. Prospect Park.
I like him better with the new lead singer.
City, and my kids are here, and they played baseball and learned to ride their bikes. And I was just at the Celebrate Brooklyn concert opening. Yes, we'll do 1%, but we've got to focus it on the parks that need it most. I passed a law that helps us do that, and as mayor, I'll make sure we focus on those parks that have been way too long neglected.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
Yes to the 1%, and I'd also like to see the private sector get involved with conservancies, not just Central Park. It's beautiful, it's Manhattan, but there are other boroughs also, Queens, Brooklyn, Bronx, Staten Island, etc. My favorite park is Cunningham Park in Queens, and 1%, but let's get conservancies set up for all the parks.
Ms. Adams.
You didn't wish hard enough politically.
We definitely have to get to the 1%. We've been fighting in the council for as long as I've been in the council to get there. My favorite park has to be Baisley Pond Park in Jamaica, Queens, of course. That's my district, my park. But we got to get rid of those phragmites.
And this is a quick one. It's a 1 or 2 word answer. I'll start with you, Ms. Adams. Which borough have you spent the least amount of time in?
Staten Island.
Mr. Cuomo.
I would say Staten Island.
Lander.
Staten Island.
Mr. Mamdani. Uh-oh.
The beacon of free transit, Staten Island.
Mr. Myrie.
I'd say Staten Island.
Mr. Stringer.
I've been doing this. I've been everywhere.
So no, all equal?
They're all equal, including Staten Island.
I mean, people in Staten Island are like, we don't blame you.
It was almost a sweep.
Okay. All right, we are going to take a short break now. When we come back, we'll bring you the cross-examination round where each candidate will ask one opponent one question. And because this election will require New Yorkers to rank
this could be fun.
We want to take a moment to explain how ranked choice voting works, courtesy of the Campaign Finance Board. The debate will continue in just a few minutes.
Taking their first break during the New York City mayoral Democratic primary debate. We'll take a break here. We'll be back shortly. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
All we're establishing is this guy's wicked, sick aesthetic.
Not high enough for this shit.
I guess I gotta thank Matt Walsh for introducing me to JustinFREAKIN.
Hey there, y'all. We're about to get stupid, locked into what that news be doing. Fu Manchu and a slick bandana, colder than ice, smoother than Santana. Audio, video, chat and calls. Right-wing nut jobs haunt the halls. What you wanna watch? Hey, what you think? And there's only one choice. It's JustinFREAKIN.
The guy's, he's a formidable voice in the call.
Light one up and tip one back. It's a right to be high. Let's grab a snack. It's fucking news, quick panic, attack, and play your cards right and get a titty slap. Jump in Discord, have some fun. The man will talk to everyone. Get high and try to debate. When shit pops off, chat thinks it's great. What do you think you're doing? Join the troll patrol. Wherever discourse is brewing, he gives it that southern drawl.
So let's go ahead and bring in Justin. Hey Justin, how's it going, brother?
First of all, I want to say you're poser South. I'm in Alabama. I'm the real South.
Okay, all right. So why don't you tell us what it takes to be a man?
Well, I don't know. I'm in Alabama and I'll fuck a man in a dress. Why won't you fuck a man in a dress? Are you that insecure that you won't fuck a man in a dress?
That's fantastic. So you're okay with that, right?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Good.
Right-wingers are morons.
Like one hit and hit one back. One more click before we hit the set. Set an alert when that shit goes live. Social fucking support and hit subscribe. Light one up and take a hit. He does no harm, but it takes no shit. He's the last one standing when the ship is sinking. Let's take another rip for JustinFREAKIN.
Light one up, tip one back. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
Not high enough for this shit.
I did my best to make it look like Jordan Peterson was singing it too, and I couldn't pull it off. Here we go. We're back to the New York City mayoral Democratic primary debate.
Welcome back to our Democratic primary debate for mayor, live from John Jay College of Criminal Justice. We're more than halfway through the debate with the 7 leading Democratic candidates. Now it is time for the cross-examination round. That's when each candidate gets a chance to ask one question of one rival. Our order was selected at random, and we'll begin with Scott Stringer.
Thank you, Earl. My question is for Adrian Adams. So during the City of Yes negotiations, you successfully brought billions of dollars in benefits and opportunity on top of City of Yes. As you know, I've been campaigning because I really do believe we can have a realistic opportunity to take those parcels of land and turn them into affordable housing. Do you envision, or would you sort of signal that that idea could be coupled with funding, the funding that you obtain when you start thinking about your own housing, implementing your own housing agenda if you were mayor?
Well, Scott, thank you for the question, and thank you for recognizing that I have ushered in billions of dollars for housing for the people of the city of New York. Thank you for that. As mayor, I would be open to any feasible option of housing, expanding it for the people of the city of New York. We got to continue this. My work has just been the floor and not the ceiling, so I'm more than willing to expand on the great work that I'm still doing as City Council Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Myrie.
Thank you. My question is also for Speaker Adams. We have seen over the past 2 decades, 200,000 black New Yorkers leave this city. We know that this is a top issue for most New Yorkers, the cost of living here. And
oh, God, it's happening.
Talk to us about
Warlord came in.
Yes, and what implications
Israel's attacking Iran right now.
To stay in this city and what we could be building on going forward.
Love the question. Thank you very much, Senator. And again, thank you for referencing the City of Yes championed by the City Council Speaker, Adrian Adams. Thank you so much.
This is not good.
Yeah, within the proposal, which the City Council renamed City for All, we've built in financial safeguards for black families.
I don't see how it goes well for them.
You know, also, we've seen leave our city in droves over the past 2 decades, and we want to make sure that our families stay here. That is why we have built in, within that $5 billion in the proposal, we are protecting homeowners so that homeowners in disrepair can repair their homes. That is built in through the financing. We've also built in repairs for NYCHA families, for Mitchell-Lama residents as well. Rochdale Village is a Mitchell-Lama, the second largest Mitchell-Lama in the city of New York within my own district. So we have built in financial safeguards to protect our black families, families of color, from leaving New York. This is something, again, I live in a black family. I don't want my children to leave, so this is for their protection as well.
Thank you. Mr. Tilson.
Yeah, Zoran, you're a proud member of the Democratic Socialists of America. You refer to each other as comrade. And right now on the DSA's website, it calls for the government ownership of all major industries, to decriminalize all misdemeanors, including theft and assault, to empty our prisons.
Apparently, Witkoff has warned Israel, but also warned Iran about striking back.
So your words are very reassuring, but this is what I read from your people, and I wonder if you will disavow this or implement it as mayor.
Yes, like David Dinkins, I am a member of the organization, and the organization's platform is not the platform of this campaign. The platform of this campaign is the one you can find on the website at zohranfornyc.com. That's a platform that is going to deliver an affordable city for New Yorkers who are currently being priced out of what is instead the most expensive city in the United States. It's one that we're going to deliver public safety to each and every New Yorker, and we're going to do so by recognizing the critical role that police have to play in that, and also by creating the Department of Community Safety so that police do not have to do the work of mental health professionals, and that we can follow the example
Cuomo is there, Fuzzy.
We've seen be successful elsewhere in the country and start to...
He's the one taking most of the fire tonight, too.
Outside of the police department, so the police department can focus on the 7 major categories of crime.
Okay. Well, Mamdani is going to be a huge star of the Democratic Party for years to come, even if he doesn't win.
Thank you. I was looking for Errol to look up because he's confusing me. Oh, okay. Thank you. I have a question for Assemblymember Mamdani. I know how to pronounce your name.
Thank you very much, Speaker Adams.
Assembly member, I've raised a family in New York. I have over 20 years of experience in the private sector. I have led the city council through many, many challenges, taken this city through 3 successful budgets and billions of dollars in city budgets now, working on our 4th, which will also be successful. And have been continuing this work for a number of years on the city council. In a recent New York Times article, you said that you were the most qualified person to be mayor of the city of New York. Given what I've just laid out, do you think you're more qualified than me to lead the city?
Ooh. I very much appreciate your work and your leadership and your track record, Speaker. I think that each one of us on this stage will say that we are the most qualified to lead this city, because if we didn't believe that, then we would have no business running for mayor. And ultimately, I believe that because I believe the most pressing crisis we're facing here is one of affordability. And that is something that my campaign has been laser focused on. And that is why I'm proud to say that we are going to address it by freezing the rent for millions of rent-stabilized tenants, by making the slowest buses in the country fast and free, and by delivering universal childcare to each and every New York family.
Mr. Lander, your turn.
Peter, will you please stand up? Andrew, this is Peter Arbini. He's been trying to ask you a question for 5 years. His father, Norman...
Ooh, yes, the one that got the shaft.
His father, Norman, died because of your disastrous order sending people with COVID into nursing homes. Then, as you admitted this week, you personally altered the state health department report to undercount the death total.
You lied to Congress, too.
And then evaded and lied to these families for 5 years. So, tonight, will you finally apologize to Peter and other grieving New Yorkers, or will you just keep... Or will you just keep gaslighting them with blather about what a great job you claim you did?
Maybe where you come from in St. Louis, facts don't matter. But here they do. So let's talk about that. First of all, on nursing homes, 1.2 million people died of COVID in the United States. It's horrendous. 83,000 people died in New York State. It is horrendous. It was a pandemic unlike anything we have ever seen. When it comes to nursing homes, we now know the facts because numerous studies have been done. New York State implemented the federal guidance set by CMS, CDC, Dr. Fauci. We implemented it, other states implemented it. That has been proven over and over and over again. When you look at the total death toll in New York, the rate of death in nursing homes, we're number 38 out of 50 states. Only 12 states had a lower rate of death than New York, which is incredible in my opinion, since we had it first and worst, and does not give enough credit to the women and men in those nursing homes who worked so hard. Mr. Arbini lost a father. I am very, very sorry for that. He brought a legal case against the state. The legal case was dismissed. When you look at the papers on the case, there was no COVID positive person sent from a hospital to the nursing home while Mr. Arbini was in the nursing home. So it is factually impossible, Brad, that he got COVID from someone coming from a hospital.
Wow.
You know, I want to address something first, which is that...
You're going to ask a question or not?
I'm going to ask a question, but Brad Lander is more of a New Yorker than Andrew Cuomo is, and to hear all of this... To hear all this about St. Louis, we have to just make this clear. Now, all of us on this stage...
Wait, who are you going to ask your question to?
I'm asking it to Andrew Cuomo.
Okay.
I feel like most people would have known I'm going to ask Andrew Cuomo.
I knew.
I knew.
And you knew.
We did. We both knew.
We knew. We agree.
All of us on this stage have spoken about how Donald Trump is an existential threat to democracy, to this city, to this country.
So's Cuomo.
And Andrew Cuomo, you have received millions of dollars in funding from the very billionaires who put Donald Trump back into office. Will you now look at the camera and tell your super PAC to return those millions of dollars, and to your own campaign to return that close to $500,000 to ensure that this is not a race that is bought by those same Trump billionaires?
I know you don't understand the law, but it would be illegal for me to direct an independent expenditure committee.
Is it illegal for you to direct your own campaign?
One question, one answer.
So that's the law, okay? Number two, I dealt with Mr. Trump as governor. We had very, very difficult times. I got more help for New York from Trump than anyone expected. New York was one of the few places that he did not send in troops when he sent them everywhere else because he didn't want to deal with me. That's the fact. I got him to send us masks.
So are you going to
COVID,
return the $500,000 to your own campaign?
And then on your point about, billionaires, let's remember this. I am the candidate on the stage who is supported by more labor unions than any other candidate. 600.
That can't be right.
Working men and women support me.
Then why is it that J.D. Vance went to more picket lines than you did?
Let me finish. Because they know me and they know my record. The firefighters worked with me. And
oh, there you go, Flash. Didn't think about that.
Endorsed me because I was in Puerto Rico putting the power back together after the storms. Every major union that has endorsed has endorsed me greater than any candidate on the stage.
You get the final question, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah.
You get the final question to anyone on the stage. Yes.
He's going to ask Mamdani.
To Mr. Tilson.
My bad.
Today that, shockingly, Mr. Mamdani is not part of the DSA, but we've heard his plans over and over and over. You're a financial man. You're not a politician, Mr. Tilson. Probably smarter than the rest of us in that regard.
No, Whitey is not smarter than anybody in there.
For how to build housing, how he's going to finance the housing, free buses, how he's going to build grocery stores. And he said he can do all of this, and our taxes will not be any higher than New Jersey's taxes.
Question.
You're a financial expert. You've heard this 157 times. Is it feasible and financially possible that he is telling the truth?
I would say no. The biggest piece of his, he says he will raise the revenue to pay for all the things that I can't even keep track of, all the spending promises he's making, by raising the corporate tax rate to New Jersey's level. What he is failing to acknowledge is that there are already many other city and state taxes that, in fact, if his plan were implemented, would result in New York City businesses paying double the tax rate of New Jersey, triple that of Connecticut, 5 times that of Florida.
We probably need to.
An exodus of businesses and jobs and crush our city. But even more preposterous is that this all has to go through Albany. There is no appetite for what he is calling for. And even if it were to pass, the corporate tax rate increase state.
Oh, there's an appetite among the people.
Taxes all around the state, the legislature would just hand it to New York City. That's truly delusional. So I want to double taxes in New York City. I want to double spending in New York City, but I want to do it the way Mike Bloomberg did it, by doubling the size of the economy, which he did over 12 years. It's economic growth that we need, not destructive policies that would crush growth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, candidates. We're going to move on to a new topic, and I'm going to ask you as we come down the home stretch, we're in our final half hour, we're going to keep everything a little tighter, and I'll thank you.
3/4 of the way through this.
Let's talk about the fact that even before the war between Israel and Hamas, an unofficial but important task of every New York City mayor has been to bring New Yorkers together, even on issues of passionate concern where finding common ground is difficult. So let's talk for a few minutes about what kind of job you would do in this area. Mr. Mamdani, what is your message to Jewish New Yorkers who are supportive of Israel and fear for their safety in this current political climate?
that I hear them and that I have heard them over the course of this campaign and before that. After the days of the horrific war crime of October 7th, a friend of mine told me about how he felt sitting in his synagogue for Shabbat services when he heard the door open and a chill went up his spine as he turned around, not knowing who would be there. And
Mario is casual Shabbat.
Man in Williamsburg, who told me how he locks the very door that used to be unlocked for so many years out of a concern for his safety. I will protect Jewish New Yorkers and deliver them that safety. I will do so as the next mayor of this city. And ultimately, what I will also say is to New Yorkers who have a disagreement with me on any issue, but also on the question of the Israeli government's policies, that disagreement, I know, is rooted in a shared sense of humanity. And in the words of Ed Koch, if you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. 12 out of 12. See
He has cited how many different mayors throughout this debate?
When it comes to the boycott and divestment movement,
Koch and Deegan's are the ones I've caught.
Even before this campaign, what would you say to people who feel that that is an existential threat and that despite your position of wanting to keep people safe, they feel like you actually either have a different agenda or are in league with people who have an agenda that makes them feel fundamentally unsafe?
I've been very clear, and I will continue to be so, which is that at the core of my politics is a belief in nonviolence, and that my support for compliance with international law is support for nonviolent movements that seek to do so and build on the example that we saw with South Africa. And ultimately, what my focus will be, however, is not on what is happening outside of this city. It is going to be on making sure this is a city that is affordable for each and every New Yorker. What is currently the most expensive city in the country finally be one that the working class New Yorkers who built it can afford to live in, and to ensure that each and every New Yorker feels represented by me as their mayor. Because you can win an election with a majority, but it is your job to represent every single person across this city.
Okay. Mr. Cuomo, according to Muslim American organizations, you never made a public visit to a mosque during your 10-plus years as governor. Why the reluctance?
Yeah, I believe I have. I would have to check the record. But let me correct the record here, if I might. Mr. Mamdani is dangerously...
But wait,
I would know if I'd ever been in a mosque.
Because this was an issue in the 2018 campaign when you were running for re-election, when they said that in 7 years you had never visited a mosque. Did something happen in the several years beyond that?
I believe I have. I know I've participated in many forums with imams. I am not, off the top of my head, I can't tell you where I went. But I'll check.
But I don't go in churches or synagogues either.
Just get to the point then. I mean, what would you say to more than 760,000 Muslims here in the city about whether or not you would reach out to them, make them feel welcome, make them feel protected at a time when...
I would say we are a city of immigrants. I welcome them. I love them. I'm not Mr. Mamdani. I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm not divisive.
Wait, did he just call Mamdani anti-Semitic?
I didn't say I would divest from Israel. I didn't say I would sanction Israel. I don't give forums to anti-Semites. I don't give forums to extremists who blame America for 9/11. I didn't say that I would boycott Cornell Technion because they're pro.
But 9/11 was blowback. The CIA even said it.
Of Trump. Trump says he'll boycott Cornell because they're anti-Israel. He says I'll boycott Cornell because they're pro-Israel. Division is our death in this city, this state, and this nation. And division is what Trump sells. We should be selling unity, not the division that this man is spreading.
Mr. Mamdani.
It is ridiculous to hear Mr. Cuomo talk about himself as a man of unity when just yesterday we found out that his super PAC was sending mail that artificially darkened and lengthened my beard to stoke the very fears of that division in this city. The reason he doesn't have a message for Muslim New Yorkers is because he has nothing to say to us, because he doesn't see us as if we are every other New Yorker. And ultimately, the campaign that I am running is a campaign that seeks...
Didn't I ban Hassan?
...of the Trump era.
Didn't I ban the word Hassan?
Describe me as a monster. Describe me at the gates where they say that I am, in fact, the other.
This is a campaign to bring people together. It's why we have the support of Jewish and Muslim New Yorkers. It's why we have the support of people across the 5 boroughs.
Real quick.
Yeah, you don't bring New Yorkers together by saying President Obama is evil and President Obama is a liar. You don't bring them together.
If the shoe fits.
Jeffries is like George Wallace and the DAS sending ads to Hakeem Jeffries with watermelons. Koch didn't say what you said he said. He said, anyone who threatens Israel, I would never support.
Okay.
That's what Koch says, and that's you.
We're going to bring in the other candidates. I want you to tell me, and we'll do this 60 seconds and keep it a real 60 seconds. What would you do?
Keeping it real.
Bringing people together around this particular.
Keeping it real.
People into
goes wrong.
Cause so much controversy in New York.
Errol, all New Yorkers deserve to feel safe, no matter who they are. As City Council Speaker, I have allocated millions of dollars to combat anti-Semitism. As mayor, I will fully fund to protect all New Yorkers, something that our current mayor has not done. We're going to fully fund the Commission on Human Rights to make sure that we are taking care of all of the citizens of the city of New York. Right now, that commission is significantly understaffed. 20% of their headcount is lacking. And as mayor, I'm going to make sure that that headcount is appropriate and that we are truly looking forward to unifying this city. Anti-Semitism has grown and it is at its peak in New York City. That is unacceptable. It should be unacceptable to everyone on this stage. And it is something that as mayor, we are going to unify this city once and for all and treating everyone as equals.
Mr. Lander.
I am a proud Jewish New Yorker, and raising these 2 beautiful Jewish kids in this city is one of the great joys of my life. It's remarkable what
Obama lied about the red line with Syria.
And I am going to fight like hell to keep it that way.
Obama lied about you can keep your doctor.
Every time you go to a Jewish communal event, like in D.C.
Despite the fact that has a caveat.
And I will keep Jews safe, and I will keep Muslims and everyone else safe. I was at a mosque for Eid last week up in the Bronx of Ghanaian and Nigerians beautifully out in the street. That's the New York City we want. Many Sundays, I go to Union Square for a vigil.
I don't know if you lied about it, but Obama killed an American citizen with a drone strike.
For an end to the war in Gaza, a real ceasefire, for the famine to be ended by humanitarian aid. I believe passionately in the vision of Israel as a Jewish and democratic state.
I guess the biggest lie was hope and change.
Occupation of the West Bank and Gaza has to end.
We just got
Israelis and Palestinians
business as usual.
Find a way to peace and mutual self-determination. That is not the job of the mayor of New York City, but what a mayor can do is set a model for how you bring people together.
Mr. Mari.
Part of the magic of our city, what makes our city so beautiful, the reason that people come here from all over the world, is that you can be your full self and be able to walk down the street and not feel like you are threatened.
The thing about keeping your doctor is like most people ended up with better insurance policies and better coverage. But yeah, like they knew that doctors were going to drop patients and they didn't soften that blow. They lied about it.
Over the past few years, an unequivocal rise in anti-Semitism. And we must deal with that head on. We must be unequivocal about how we deal with it. But the role of the mayor is to keep everyone safe. And that is what my plan is. I want to restore the funding for the Office to Prevent Hate Crime. I want to ensure that our Commission on Human Rights has all the personnel that it needs to. I want to extend education so that all of our New Yorkers understand the rich Jewish history, but we also have to ensure that Muslims feel protected in this city as well, that we have their back as well. That is what makes New York City, New York City. That's the kind of city that I'm going to lead.
Okay. Mr. Stringer.
Well, let me be very clear. I am not confused.
Flash is rubbing it in as I'm sitting over here all sober.
I am a Zionist. I believe in the Jewish state of Israel.
Yeah, fuck off.
I'm against BDS. It's anti-Semitic.
No, it's not.
And my wife works at the Jewish Museum, Jewish Heritage Museum, which is a living memorial to the Holocaust. So when I found, as we all did, the horror of what happened in Washington, the Jewish Museum, I really thought about my wife going to work and coming home. And I thought about my...
Well, then you should take action against Israel because Israel's actions are causing Jews to be less safe all across the world.
Protect the Jewish community. But here's what a mayor really has to do. We've got to go back to what I used to do when I was controller and borough president. When the Muslim community called me and said, we've had people killed outside our mosque. We need you to be there to support us. I was there. When people were being slurred Muslims because of 9/11 and prejudice was happening all over the city, as one of the highest ranking Jewish officials, I was there. When we needed to bring halal food into the public school system, I brought the Muslim community and the Jewish community together in the controller's office. It was a UN moment. Okay. And we brought the city together. That's what a mayor has to do.
Okay, Mr. Tilson.
Yeah. I want to be the mayor who ends the chaos, not globalize the intifada. I'm part of New York's Jewish community through
what chaos?
My daughters. We've been members of Central Synagogue for 25 years, and I can tell you, New Yorkers, Jewish New Yorkers, don't feel safe. In the audience today are 2 Columbia University students, both Jewish, David and Maya. They have had their education disrupted, have been harassed, cursed at. David's twin brother, also at Columbia, was punched in the face by one of these mobs. And I hold the people inciting these mobs, the leaders, yes, Zoran Mamdani.
Fuck off.
Responsible for this. And when you use words like accusing the only... When you use words referring to the only Jewish state in the world, like genocide and apartheid, when you call for divestment and all...
They are committing genocide.
And he says...
ethno-states are not good.
Sounding words. But he has a double standard, because if you search his Twitter feed, 15,000 tweets, Sudan, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia don't appear, yet the word Israel appears more than 50 times, the word genocide appears more than 26 times. So that tells you where...
Because the United States is arming Israel to commit genocide.
I am being smeared for echoing the same words as Israeli historians Amos Goldberg and Daniel Blattman. I am being mischaracterized on the stage for echoing the same words of a former Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Olmert, who said recently, what we are doing in Gaza is a war of devastation. It is indiscriminate, limitless, cruel, and criminal killing of civilians. I say these things because far too often we take what can be a place of disagreement and instead start to broach beyond that. And these kinds of characterizations, they are part and parcel of what leads to the dehumanization in our city, which is why an elected official in our own city has called for me to be deported.
Well, I think he makes Zoran look
from what's
better.
Okay.
Thank you, candidate.
Thank you. This next question...
I think the crowd agrees. They keep booing him.
As mayor, you would be leading the largest public school system in the country with more than 900,000 students, all with differing needs. Mr. Tilson, you made education your campaign's focus, one of its focuses, and have been critical of the current performance of the city's public school system. One of the new challenges the next mayor will face is a new requirement to limit the number of students in a class. How would your administration handle this class size bill?
I oppose this class size mandate. It's going to balloon the already $40 billion budget by about $1.6 billion a year. And this has been tried around the country, and it is one of the least effective ways. It does not move the needle on student achievement, because while, of course, all of us want smaller class sizes, everything being equal, in fact, that benefit is offset by the requirement to suddenly hire thousands of teachers who are less experienced and less qualified than existing teachers. And so the benefit from lower class size is offset by less experienced, less qualified teachers. And guess which students get those teachers? It is disproportionately low-income minority kids. This class size mandate would not only hurt our budget, but hurt those children. So I've dedicated my adult life to trying to reduce the educational inequalities in our system as one of the founders of Teach for America, on the board of KIPP charter schools for more than 20 years. And I will put the interests of kids first in a system that, by and large,
pretty much benefit
of adults.
Great, thank you. Ms. Adams, same question, the class size bill.
I was thinking the same thing, Globus. I would rank Cuomo over this dude.
No matter how we feel about the class size mandate, it is the mandate. So it is something that we have to follow. I too believe that, as one coming from Southeast Queens, I was education chairperson of my community board, and I can tell you that I walked into many a classroom over the past 15 years or so and have seen the effects of too many students crammed in one classroom. So that is a mandate. It is a mandate for a reason. What we need to look at, though, is the allocation of funds within the DOE. The DOE has the largest budget within New York City of all agencies. And we need to take a look at that money, and we need to make sure that our children are the recipients of the resources within the DOE. Sometimes there are contracts, there are other things going towards the DOE, creating that inflated budget, but we have to make sure that our children are truly the recipients of that massive DOE budget.
Thank you. Mr. Myrie, same question.
So as many of you probably already know, I'm a proud public school kid, went to PS 161 in Crown Heights. They are the crown jewel of this city. I would not be here without it. I think it's really important that we invest in our schools. The reduction of class sizes was something I was proud to vote for in the state legislature, because we know, and the data tells us, that smaller class sizes have better outcomes for the students and for the teachers. But I'd also like to see some more investments in our mental health for our students. We have not appreciated what has happened over COVID-19, the learning loss that is going to have impacts for many years to come. We have to support our students. We have to support our providers. And in addition to that, y'all know what I'm going to say, one after school for all. Every kid in this city, from kindergarten all the way through 12th grade, we need it, and we need it now. That is what I'm going to do as the next mayor.
Thank you. And this is another education issue. This question will be for you, Mr. Mamdani. What's one thing you would do to improve educations for students with significant or complex abilities who can't be served by their neighborhood schools?
No, I think first and foremost, we need to ensure that they also have high-quality tutoring, which we have seen some steps towards. Part of this also comes back to the ability to attract and retain teachers across the DOE. And currently what we're seeing is that on this discussion of class size mandate, we would need to hire, estimates say, close to 10,000 teachers. When we're talking about paraprofessionals, we have so many vacant positions because these positions simply do not pay enough. I support legislation in the Council 1261, which would create a recurring annual bonus so that we can actually fill those positions. Because ultimately, what every child and what every parent of that child deserves is the same high-quality, excellent public education. And we need to ensure that every single dollar we spend is a dollar that goes towards that. Because as some of my fellow candidates have said, there is too much money in the DOE that is currently being spent on consulting and contracts that are duplicative, that are not standardized, and that could actually be redirected back into the classroom to ensure that every single child is receiving that education.
Thank you. Mr. Stringer, the same question.
Well, I'm the candidate on this stage who has real skin in the game. I have 2 kids in middle school right now, and I see what overcrowded classrooms mean to them and to their friends. And so the bottom line is, if you want quality education, you got to have smaller class sizes. And I have to tell you, you go to parent-teacher night and you talk to the teachers, they know about every child. They know about our kids and all the kids. They do an amazing job, but you know what? 40% of them are leaving after 5 years.
Yeah, teachers are amazing. Yeah, let's pay them more.
We're not training them. We're not uplifting them.
We're not paying them enough.
What Cuomo did was the death knell for them leaving. I was somebody who believed as controller that managing their pensions actually kept them in the system. And
not paying them enough is the reason they're leaving.
When I audited DOE, it is a cesspool. Contracts, secret deals, pay to play. We're going to upend that when I'm mayor. I know where the bodies are buried there. I've been waiting to do this for a long time. But education is the lifeblood of this city. And we need to give parents the resources they need, because every kid has something. Every kid needs a little extra. And the kids with parents who have resources, they get it. But the kids who don't struggle. And I want to stop that and end that.
Thank you. Continuing on with education for Mr. Cuomo. Over the last decade, the expansion of free pre-K and 3K has been used by hundreds of thousands of New York families. But there have been issues with implementation and even critics who say other educational initiatives should be prioritized. What would be your administration's commitment to these programs?
Well, we pioneered pre-K on the state side, and we're very proud of it. The more we can do, the better. But let's be realistic about education. We all agree, and you've heard many good ideas here. We want more paraprofessionals, more teacher centers, more after-school care, smaller class size. But we also have a terrible fiscal problem, and this is before the Trump tsunami. So if the state is going to mandate a smaller class size, and we can say, let's agree it's a good idea, the state has to pay for a smaller class size. Otherwise, we're just going to be savaging other parts of the budget. And part of the mayor's job is to advocate for New York City and to have state legislators say, we think it's a great idea, here's the mandate, you must do it, but we're not going to fund it is disingenuous. There's an old expression, passing the buck without passing the bucks. Yes, smaller class size. Please help us fund it so we don't savage other parts of education.
Thank you, Mr. Lander.
My mom is here, who's a lifelong public elementary school guidance counselor, and both my kids are pre-K to 12 public New York City public school students. The New York Times opinion panel today specifically praised my education track record, and what's needed is
Congrats, Simba.
Lower class size, that better student-teacher ratios are good, and a way to get it done. Andrew is actually right that more money is needed from the state, and I've documented how much as controller and said, here's how we're going to go about doing it. We should start in those schools that are low income and highly kids of color and get class size done there. We should do collaborative team teaching, especially to make sure we can provide extra services for students with special needs. There are some amazing models of school mergers like Brooklyn 305 United. The next mayor can reduce class size and dramatically improve schooling for all our kids.
Thank you all so much.
I want to ask a different kind of public safety.
Why are they letting Andrew Clavin
You go first in
ask
this round.
questions?
The city says there were 252 traffic deaths
Get
last
this asshole back on the Daily Wire.
Zero, as in the name Vision Zero that Mayor de Blasio gave to the city's initiative on this. What would you do, then we'll go down the row, to get us much closer to zero traffic fatalities?
Well, look, I think that we have to own up to the fact that Vision Zero needs a lot more vision and a lot more safety protocols in place. We need to have dedicated bike lanes, but we also have to have zero tolerance for people who are abusing this privilege and using bikes and e-bikes on the sidewalks. You can be pro-transit, pro-bike lane, but also pro-safety. We put kids' lives in danger and seniors. So I would certainly revisit education and making sure we have zero tolerance for that interference, reduced deaths. The other thing I want to just say as an elected official, you know, we have a lot of elected officials, my friend Brad is one of them, that goes to every Vision Zero press conference and then talks about the tragedies that befall these kids, but yet racks up speeding tickets and then says, I'm sorry. We have got to, as mayor, saying to the politicians who get the placards, I will pull those placards if you show up at a Vision Zero press conference
Mr. Lander,
and you
your
violate red
response to
lights.
that and your answer to the question.
Yesterday, I was proud to be endorsed by Streets PAC, which is the set of people who have been fighting against traffic violence for decades. You know, I haven't gotten a speeding ticket in 4 years.
That's
so
good.
Scott Stringer can talk all he wants. But what I will do, this is my time, Scott.
I've never had a fucking traffic ticket. Never had a speeding ticket.
Passed as a city council member the Reckless Driver Accountability Act, which
Where's my fucking cookie?
Folks who are the most reckless drivers, the most speed violations, the most red light violations,
and you on the list.
and would impound their car unless they actually started to improve. Eric Adams let it expire, even though there's good evidence it was working. I'll expand it to make sure it's in all of our traffic courts, get it back in place. Vision Zero we can have in New York City,
Right.
zero traffic deaths. That's infrastructure improvements on our streets, and that's holding reckless drivers accountable.
Mr. Mamdani, I'll add another wrinkle from a listener to my show who submitted this question on pedestrian
I would love to be New York City mayor.
Bikes and scooters are out of control and pose a danger, but what specifically can be done to get them
I don't know
to
what my
obey
platform would
traffic
be.
laws? So what would your response to the original question and that listener be?
All in 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you, Elizabeth, for the question.
Ponies and teeth cleaning.
I'll take that first.
I'll adopt the Vermin Supreme platform.
Understand that so many of the violations of our laws as pertaining to our streetscape are also violations
that are the natural result of an economic model of these food delivery apps. When we're talking about so many of the delivery workers, the orders that they have to deliver
Not just free weed, mandatory weed.
For them to be
Everyone
able
has to
obey
smoke.
the laws of the road. And one of those apps is DoorDash. DoorDash has given Andrew Cuomo's super PAC $1 million. That is why when you get those
DoorDash can eat my whole ass. I hate that app.
one of them is DoorDash. The reason they give that money is because they want to influence labor and street safety regulations. They want to ensure they can continue to operate with impunity. I'm going to ensure
Instead of friendly fascism, we'll have stoner fascism.
that is actually one of coherence and order, and we're going to do that by taking on those apps. To your original question, what we need to do is finally fulfill the streets master plan. We are so many miles behind the building of bus lanes and protected bike lanes. Those are critical, not just for safety, but also to ensure that we are finally following the law, which is something that Andrew Cuomo would find to be just guidance, not a requirement.
Mr. Cuomo, your turn.
Yeah. I think Mr. Mamdani starts with the assumption that if you receive money from someone, then you will do what they want. That may work for him.
Yes.
I'm not for rent and I'm not for
bullshit.
So we wonder who's funding DSA and who's funding his BDS movement. On the specific question,
Campaign Finance Board, and you can see all the donations.
Yeah. On the specific question, if I could do it again, I passed the law on e-bikes in Albany. Legislature passed it also, but I signed it. We left it up to local regulation. That was a mistake because here in New York City, the local regulation has been slow. The bikes are moving too quickly. It's mayhem. Too many people are getting hurt. I would have the apps responsible to license the bike, and they have the responsibility for tickets that are issued to that bike. It's their financial liability. They police it. I would reduce the speed limit down to 15 miles per hour, period. Because if you're riding a city bike, you are as much a subject of the speeding e-bike as anybody else.
Thank you. Ms. Adams.
Yes. The thing that no one is speaking about, when you're looking at planning, there is a city agency that is responsible for that. They are called the DOT. So, you know, as leader of the city council, we have been in oversight with the DOT many, many, many times. And as one of my colleagues mentioned, they are not in compliance with the streets master plan. The agency entrusted by the mayor of the city of New York is not in compliance. And we have had hearing after hearing after hearing.
E-bike.
The bottom line is that
E-bike clinically.
DOT needs some tweaking in order for...
I thought it was low too. I thought 25 would be more apropos.
As mayor would be one that is able to handle the work put before him or her to do the work that the Department of Transportation is mandated to do for the people of the city of New York. They wanted the responsibility to keep New Yorkers safe, and as mayor, it would be my responsibility to make sure that they are in compliance.
We have Mr. Myrie and Mr. Tilson yet to go in this round. Mr. Myrie.
Thank you. Look, I am in relatively good shape. I'm on my feet a lot. I'm a pedestrian, but I have had to dodge out of the way of an e-bike or a moped. And if you are an older adult, that is a really scary prospect. So without question, there has to be regulation, but the demand is created by us. And the apps that are making...
And we're talking on the city streets, like I assume in a bike lane.
Should have some responsibility and accountability to ensure that things are safe. As you have heard, we are out of compliance with the law. There are new categories of vehicles.
Curious George, you want to rank Mamdani
and our streets
number one.
Must be implemented.
I would rank Angela Adams number 2.
Bike lanes, and that we have more bus lanes. But I was proud in Albany to vote for...
What's the comptroller's name? Landers? I would rank him number 3.
Drivers on the road who have done and demonstrated that they don't belong on the road.
The black dude with the nice beard, he didn't make the stage this time. I'd probably rank him number 4.
253 last year, I was hit on my bike crossing Park Avenue. And so I ride my bike
I would have ranked Jessica Ramos as 5th, but
agree completely with Zelnor about these super speeders. As far as I'm concerned, there cannot be enough of these cameras that automatically catch and ticket people who run red lights and who are speeders. And I think we can use technology both for e-bikes and for cars that speed gate. So I actually am glad to see that Mayor Adams recently adopted something I've been calling for months, that e-bikes cannot go faster. It has to be built into the bike, cannot go faster than 15 miles an hour. And anyone who's a chronic speeder, you can revoke their license, of course, but an alternative middle path is you can install technology in the car that does not allow them to break the speed limit.
Thank you very much.
Okay, candidates, we are just about done. We're going to have time for just a couple of lightning round questions because we've got literally something like a minute left. So let's go with a show of hands. Should the city increase the number of permits for street vendors? Hands up are Mr. Tilson and Mr. Stringer and everybody. Okay, across the board. From what you know, and there's no room for discussion here, legal cannabis shops, are they good for the city on balance? Mr. Cuomo says yes. Nobody else?
If they're properly regulated.
Mr. Mamdani, yes. Okay. Oh, boy. You got one of those?
Round question everybody probably wants to know the answer of. Raise your hand if you know who you're ranking second on your ballot.
Oh.
There you go.
Mr. Tilson, who is it?
Cuomo.
It's not me.
Oh!
Nobody else.
I am devastated.
Going to say who you're ranking second? All right.
Should penalties be increased for fare beating in the subways?
Fare beating. Okay.
They're not enforced.
Okay, and then I guess...
So like hopping a turnstile.
Who here still reads actual printed newspapers? Everybody.
These are not hand-raised questions, and I'll start with you, Ms. Adams. Other than rent or mortgage, name one expensive thing in New York you wish was cheaper, very fast.
What? Other than rent or mortgage? Groceries.
Groceries, Mr. Cuomo.
Yeah, food.
Food, Mr. Lander.
Childcare.
Childcare, Mr. Mamdani.
Childcare.
Mr. Myrie.
Childcare.
Mr. Stringer.
100% childcare.
Mr. Tilson.
Groceries.
And starting with Mr. Tilson, name a politician you have a good relationship with, quickly.
Cory Booker.
Cory Booker, Mr. Stringer.
Mostly everyone on stage.
Mr. Myrie.
Majority Leader Andrea Stewart-Cousins.
Mr. Mamdani.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who I'm proud to be endorsed by.
Mr. Lander.
You think you got that in?
Senator Liz Kruger.
Mr. Cuomo.
Yep. Mike Bloomberg, David Patterson, thank you for the endorsement.
Ms. Adams.
Attorney General Tish James.
Okay.
Yes, we know. You've said that multiple times.
Candidates and our partners and all of you at home for watching. If you missed any part of this debate, you can see it in its entirety at ny1.com and the Spectrum News YouTube account. That's where you can also find our other primary debates.
Okay, so a little housekeeping for us right now. We got plenty of news to cover, but we've got breaking news we're going to have to go to. Tomorrow night, we're going to do music request, Friday night. That'll be Twitch only. Saturday, we're going to be back on YouTube, Rumble, Kick, all that good shit. We're going to be covering the protests. I don't know exactly what time we're going to come on, probably around 1 noon, maybe. I'll have to look at the list of events that are going to be going on. We're going to cover the protests and the Army parade, Donald Trump's birthday, all that bullshit. So no wrestling this Saturday. We're going to be doing protests and the Army parade. On Monday, clearly, music fans, it's Live Music Monday. So we're going to be doing the Beach Boys. The only thing we can do on Monday, and I'm very much looking forward to it. Now we're going to go to Al Jazeera Live. At least 6 explosions heard inside of Tehran.
Sort of injury to the diplomatic affairs underway in order to deal with the concerns about Iran's nuclear program. And now this strike could be a headshot to the entire diplomatic trajectory that Iran started, specifically after they accepted to get engaged.
And I understand if any of you guys are out there, I encourage you to be out there protesting and not actually be here with me. But if you cannot be at a protest, you are welcome to join in with me. I will be streaming it for you on Saturday.
Right now, situation is getting really, really complicated, and we are not sure.
Netanyahu has dubbed this Operation Rising Lion.
Diplomatic pathway. There is obviously going to be tough responses from the Iranian side. The last time that such a thing happened, Tehran said that in case there is going to be a repetition of these strikes in the future,
I'm sorry, should I have cut away from the debate to cover Iran? We don't really even have that much information.
Basically waiting for...
I don't know why they keep calling it a preemptive strike.
Context and getting back to...
That just sounds like aggression.
Officially speaking, we don't have any details on the cause, on the, let's say, exact places and further details on this strikes, and we are closely following developments to see what comes out.
Flash says first time? No, not the first time.
From Tehran, and just another breaking news line to bring you that Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Israel has launched these targeted military operations to roll back Iranian threats to Israel's very survival. And if you are just joining us, we are bringing you breaking news. Israel has launched strikes against Iran. It says it's targeting nuclear and military facilities. At least 6 explosions have been heard.
So they attacked a bunch of hospitals.
The US says that they're not involved in the
that military facility. Did you guys all see that residential apartment building on fire?
Tawhid, what is the very latest that we are seeing there? There have been several explosions.
It would be funny if it wasn't true.
Netanyahu, who is actually speaking at the moment. Let's take you to that live.
Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped.
Once again,
Iran is now working on what it calls
he is speaking English
plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies try to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with
this is a message for American media.
But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons.
You're the world's most dangerous regime. Hands down.
Weapons.
You.
Terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations.
By the way, this is Israel going behind Trump's back.
And act now.
Trump has been negotiating a nuclear deal with Iran.
Is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history.
Yes, exactly what you're saying, only apply it to Israel.
6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel...
It is now.
...that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong.
Moses wasn't real.
Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future.
Moses was not real.
May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking there at a press conference directly to camera, saying that, making it very clear that he says Israel had no choice. In his words,
yeah, like look at the time this is happening. This is prime time in the United States.
Day joins us from.
He was speaking in English.
The Israeli Prime Minister there making it clear.
That's a residential building.
In his words, is a defensive action.
Yes, well, this is how it would be framed, no matter what the context, Sarah. Recall that the attacking...
T-minus, Josephus, Socialist on.
Israeli politics.
Holiday, I didn't get a chance to say hey to several of you. John.
The political spectrum view Iran as an existential...
Trollosaurus.
And in the past 20 months or so, we've seen Israel and Iran exchange strikes due to the escalating violence initiated.
Globus, my friend. Globus needs a shout out.
In strikes against Iran. This is different.
If you're showing me that goddamn dumpster, I already know I don't care.
Targets the assassination of key figures in the Israeli revolution.
Apparently a judge has restricted the military's law enforcement activities in Los Angeles. This was in response to Newsom's lawsuit.
Rumors and leaks in the media in the past 24 hours. And as we've been hearing from Alan over in Washington.
There's a dumpster on fire, and apparently like the right wing is going nuts over it. Carla, good evening.
Wondering whether this is just added pressure on Iran and the Trump administration, or whether they should really be getting ready for war. And at the moment, they know they are in a state.
Libertad, titty slap.
Space of Israel has been closed down. Schools, businesses, all shut down. The public instructed to only leave their homes in extreme cases and in cases of emergency and extreme need, thousands of reservists have been called up.
I thought it was in LA, but it could be in New Jersey, Flo.
In Israel is on heightened alert because they do expect Iranian
We have protests across the country right now. Dallas, Chicago, New York City, Baltimore,
measures
D.C.
taken, about the fact that this strike was sanctioned by the Israeli cabinet at night.
New Jersey is a dumpster fire. Yes.
To safe locations, according to the Israeli.
I've never been, but my best friend
No,
has been, and he's like, no, you don't want to go, no.
DC. Alan, Benjamin Netanyahu there thanking the US president. What are your thoughts there?
Well, clearly Benjamin Netanyahu knows.
Yeah, I couldn't cover like most major cities are having protests right now.
As the most pro-Israeli president that the United States has ever seen. Truman could perhaps argue against that. What we heard from Benjamin Netanyahu was addressing.
Well, to be fair, I drove through Kansas and it smells.
The United States, saying that there could well be attacks in the U.S. at some point down the line. We know that
Madison, Wisconsin is gorgeous.
Aware that there was the likelihood of these attacks. That's why they took the action that they did over the last 24 hours at their embassies across the Middle East. But I was speaking to one analyst by text just in the last 20 minutes or so, and he said this is a preemptive strike by the Israelis. It's Benjamin Netanyahu preemptively.
All of Kansas smells clinically. What, like,
a deal.
You think I'm lying to you?
Program, and now it's up to the U.S. to decide how it will respond. If
smells like, fertilizer all over the state.
And certainly, looking at social media, there are a lot of people who would be natural supporters of Donald Trump who say that this is Israel's war and that the United States cannot get involved in this. Certainly, we know from statements.
I mean, we're already involved. They're attacking them with our weapons.
So that the U.S. was not involved and did not assist. But Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, has in the last hour put out a statement warning Iran it should not target U.S. interests or personnel in the coming days. Benjamin Netanyahu has said that this operation may go on for several days. Donald Trump, who this evening was at a picnic on the grounds of the White House, the congressional picnic, it's an annual event. He made some brief remarks, did not mention what had happened in Israel, and then went back into the White House. We are told that he is there with his national security team, and it's his intention to hold a cabinet meeting with many of those national security figures.
Have you guys read the reporting that they're trying to turn his presidential daily briefings into like a Fox News show so that he'll actually pay fucking attention?
Thank you. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's correspondent Ali.
They're wanting to hire a Fox News anchor and producer to come in.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
and produce his presidential daily briefing.
Said, "We will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons." So this is about those nuclear weapons and the danger there, isn't it?
I hate it here.
Since the beginning, I mean,
that's one of those stories that's kind of gone under the radar because we've been talking about protests and shit.
There's always been warning that the Iranians are after a bomb. The Iranians, on several occasions, insisted that a bomb is not in their agenda, is not on their priorities, and that they see making nuclear bombs as against their own ethics. So, I mean, this is today the moment where everyone, it's a moment of truth, where everyone is in front of the new situation, of the new status quo.
Once again, the damage you're seeing, that is a residential apartment complex. Those are just citizens.
People or facilities related or have connection to Iran's missile program.
So fuck Israel. They already lied about this.
There is a meeting.
What else would we expect?
The leadership is meeting to take a decision on how to retaliate. So, and this is something that's automatic. Whenever there are big events.
Oh, all the Hamas tunnels. They go to Iran, don't they? They all run through Tehran.
What was hit in the past hour or couple of hours? What we're hearing now is that the Natanz facility was hit, or close to Natanz facility. We don't know precisely.
High government building. Get the fuck out of here,
district, a province to the northwest of
Silly
Iran,
boy.
Borders with Iraq was also hit. Loristan was hit. Tehran was hit. several areas, as we've been seeing, and as we are seeing, residential areas in the capital were hit. Now, there is a kind of a tactic the Israelis are adopting from the bigger picture in the region, where they started with hitting what they call the arms of the octopus, and then they went to the head of the octopus. It seems that inside Iran, they're also going ahead in the same tactic, whereas they're hitting the arms of the system, the main commanders, the main scientists, and who knows what's going to be next. Because what we heard from Netanyahu isn't just an attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. It's an attempt to dismantle the whole system. I mean, if this is going to continue this way, then the threat is going to be very big, and the threat of a wider escalation is going to be stressed more and more. We have to wait to see how the Iranians are going to retaliate first.
Absolutely. Ali, we're just seeing latest pictures there, a huge explosion there. That seems to be...
Was that live?
The latest pictures, so that could well be yet another explosion.
Well, of course, there have been a couple of waves. The first wave that we started the coverage with, and then there was a second wave. And in parallel, there were attacks on, as I've been saying, different provinces around Iran where some vital facilities are, whether military facilities or nuclear facilities. In Kermanshah, there is some ballistic missiles launchers there. And during the attack on Israel, we've seen the Iranians launching their missiles, part of their missiles, from several areas, including Kermanshah. Now, in Natanz...
It's a fried calamari now. You guys talk about octopuses.
From the Iranians, and whether we are going to see pictures, this is also something else. But there's a carnage in Tehran, as we can see. It's a very big attack, and the Israelis are saying it's going to continue, and it's not going to stop.
Yeah.
The main issue...
Now, what is going to be Iran's response to
the
this?
whole nuclear path, the nuclear negotiations path. Has it evaporated completely, or there is still a chance where President Trump...
They have been so restrained for like the last 15 years.
Ali, thank you for that. I want to just bring in Trita Parker, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, joining us from Reston, Virginia. And just speaking there with our...
Tones, good evening. This just happened.
In terms of the news...
This happened maybe like an hour ago.
Seeing the latest pictures here, Trita.
We were covering the New York City mayoral primary debate.
And the rest of the world about whether those nuclear...
And we've still got a shit ton of news to cover.
Of course, well, we've seen this extensively whenever there's been any attack by the Russians.
Lord, welcome in.
Nuclear facilities, there's been a major international uproar. Remains to be seen whether that will happen now, since Israel tends to get special treatment and a pass on many of these different things.
Well, I was told that Trump would bring peace.
Significant risk that if they do hit nuclear facilities, that will create not only a massive humanitarian crisis, but also an environmental crisis.
Multiple people during the election told me they were voting for Trump to bring peace. Don Carlos, welcome in.
Benjamin Netanyahu has been saying, again, let me reiterate that Benjamin Netanyahu has said that we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons.
Iran has not done shit to anybody as far as I know. This is a central part of Benjamin Netanyahu's policy, and this has been happening or going on for years, if not decades. One can find videos.
Most dangerous regime in the world seems to be Israel.
Calling for a regime change and
or the United States.
Iran, going back as far back as the 80s when he was just starting to rise as a political figure in Israeli politics. At the moment, there is consensus also in Israel about the need to confront Iran. Of course, Iran does not have nuclear weapons yet, although Israel does. Iran is not wanted for war crimes, although Israel is. Nonetheless, This is a situation
Yeah.
is almost unprecedented in the region, even though in the past 20 months we've seen Israeli strikes on Iran.
Well, I think Netanyahu did this to undermine the United States because we've had Witkoff in Iran
Public displays of confrontation
trying to get some sort of nuclear deal. You saw Schumer come out, what was it, earlier this week or the end of last week?
Missiles. Right now, the Israeli media is talking
No secret deals with Iran. That's what he was talking about.
This is a
Was Witkoff being in
one
Iran.
can say is almost unprecedented in the region, even though in the past 20 months we've seen Israeli strikes on Iran.
Megiddo!
Iranian retaliation.
You don't hear it referred to as that very often.
In scope, there were almost public displays of confrontation being announced ahead of time, at least in the first exchange of those missiles. Right now, the Israeli media is talking about possibly targeting, assassinating senior military figures and nuclear scientists in Iran, as well as strategic.
That really seems like an act of war. All this seems like, total aggression on Israel's part.
Israel is preparing for days of war, according to.
And we're all just supposed to sit back and be like,
a state of emergency.
Okay, you can attack a sovereign country.
Are off work.
Sparkles, welcome in.
Essential.
That had not attacked you.
Can now proceed, and thousands of reserve soldiers have been called up for duty.
Oh, but Hezbollah has been lobbing rockets into Israel.
Washington, D.C. Alan, what are we hearing from the U.S. then? We heard from Benjamin Netanyahu. Thank you.
Goddamn, warlord, you're such a shit stirrer.
Known that he has, so he's saying, a very strong partnership still with the U.S. president.
Josie, I think this was to undercut Witkoff.
With someone, and they point out something.
They were trying to strike a deal with Iran, and that's the last thing Israel wanted.
The statement that Marco Rubio made, where he said that the Israelis took the action because they felt there was a threat to their national security, and also warned Iran it should not target U.S. infrastructure, interests, or personnel. It did not say we support the Israelis in this action. What is also interesting, of course, is that on April the 12th, Donald Trump said to the Iranians, you have 60 days to come to the table and seriously discuss your nuclear weapons program, and we need to come to some sort of agreement. As I say, that was April the 12th, and gave them a 60-day deadline. That's 61 days ago. We're also hearing from the senior Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee. He is saying that the Israeli decision is alarming, that it is a reckless escalation, it threatens lives and stability in the Middle East. And as I said, that view isn't confined just to Democrats. There are a number of Republicans and Republican supporters who say that Donald Trump should not get involved in this, that he was pursuing diplomatic efforts, something that he reiterated on social media in the last couple of hours, and really should leave the Israelis to deal with the consequence of this action.
I feel like we were talking about it
allies
about 3 months ago, and I felt like it had died down.
We should pray for Israel, but added, game on.
Okay, no. What do you make of the fact that what could this now mean for tensions? And I suppose the big word here is escalation.
He had to put his glasses on for this.
Right now, everything is really up in the air. And let me try and paint a picture for our viewers. The Israeli public at large has shelters. There are mechanisms in place to try and keep the civilians as safe.
But who gives a shit about the
Palestinian Israeli civilians do not have the same level of protections. They've been talking for years about the fact that they don't have adequate shelters. They don't have the adequate services. So you have varying degrees of protection inside Israel itself. In the occupied West Bank, which is also open to dangers in this confrontation or possible escalation, there are no shelters. And Palestinians are left on their own. There are no warnings that they can receive. There is nowhere for them to go. Israel will not be providing them with instructions. They will be looking on their phones, on their mobiles, to Israeli applications to see whether there are incoming missiles targeting the illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank, trying to figure out what would be the safest room in their homes.
I would love to read a book about the
maximum kind of
behind-the-scenes wrangling on him ripping up the Iran deal and then trying to re-enter into a deal with Iran.
Commerce with Israel. If there's a disruption in that activity, then the markets are also affected. So there is a ripple effect here. In Jordan, where we are right now, this is something that is very concerning to the kingdom as well. The missiles going back and forth will be going over possibly Jordanian airspace, and the precarious nature of the situation in the region, which has been on fire for the past 20 months because of the genocide in Gaza, because of the war that never really stopped on Lebanon either, puts everybody in a very delicate situation. Nobody in the region wants to be involved in this war, but everybody will be affected. The prices of oil have already been affected.
Run Al Jazeera.
Will be affected. So the stability of the economies and the regimes around Israel will be impacted by Israeli actions.
It is about the only source I'm going to trust.
These governments can
Explains
do
what?
to protect themselves from the fallout of such a violent clash between
Did they actually call it a genocide? Yeah.
military actors, Iran on the one hand, but Israel on the other, knowing full well, of course, that the United States is a strategic, very important ally of Israel. It may not be involved in this strike, but the calculus in the Middle East, say the wisdom, if you will, that the United States is not going to abandon Israel. So the
Are we looking at is this like the sun is rising in Iran right now?
of the various governments in the region would be what will be the next step for Donald Trump's administration. Will the U.S. get involved? How can we shield ourselves and protect our people from what's coming next? How wide?
I mean, it's saying the latest pictures, but it's not saying it's live.
Reach in the region.
Let's go back now to Tawhid Asadi, who joins us from the Iranian capital, Tehran. What is the very latest?
So yeah, getting towards sunrise.
This is a developing story, and first we heard this report coming out about explosion in the capital of the country, several explosions, at least 6 of them, but there is a possibility for increasing that number, and it has been said that it happened across the capital, and now the latest line is that it's not only across the capital, but across...
Yeah, there's a few of those half-hour time zones. I learned that when we were doing the countdown to 420s.
Relates to the report that came from Iranian media outlet Press TV, saying that Natanz, which is known for hosting one of Iran's nuclear facilities, has been attacked, and the footage shows smoke coming out of that. And this is the state TV confirming these different explosions across the country and across the capital, saying that people have been killed. The footages from this explosions shows bodies of women and children being taken out.
I'm still not high enough. I'm still not high at all.
Happened. The exact cause, whether it's an airstrike or anything else, it remains to be seen. There is no detail so far as we are speaking, but we know that there are.
I'm pretty sure Israel wants to draw us into this war.
In the western part of the capital, Chitgar, another one in eastern part of the capital, and a couple of these places under attack are residential. I saw a footage of a building which was attacked, and just one floor of that building was attacked. That shows a sort of targeted strike, high precision. Also in other...
Dedicated to the brave Mujahideen soldiers.
We saw actually massive explosion that damaged the nearby buildings, and also it's...
Of course, Shelley. I mean, they bombed them with our,
research facility.
To say we weren't involved is fucking bullshit. They bombed them with our munitions.
And
yeah, that was actually fake, Flash.
In the context of critically important.
It was like a meme somebody created.
Developments.
It's not in the actual movie. What, Rambo 2?
At the Board of Governors of IAEA less than 24 hours ago, and also it happens after weeks.
It might have been Thur. I've only seen the first one.
The Israeli side threatening to attack Iran's.
Because as I understand it, that's the only really good one.
And now the Israelis are coming out to say that we were behind that, but it is not the first time that.
But if you like mindless death and destruction, you probably like other Rambo movies.
Earlier in October 2024, there was a wave of attacks on Iran by the Israelis, to which Iran responded. And back in time, in military.
I mean, I got into the first because like he's coming back from war and like getting picked on by the cops and shit.
In the future, Iran's retaliation
pushed him too far
to be much stronger. So now the situation seems.
What was it? They got hold of his commanders, like, sir, those men are already dead.
Has announced that it's already informed, but is not going to get involved. That's what we know so far. But still, if the situation becomes more complicated, there is a possibility of expansion of this conflict. We know that what happened yesterday at the Board of Governors just injured the diplomatic trajectory, the talks that Iran is holding, and specifically the next round of talks between Iran and the United States, which was initially scheduled to be
like 2 weeks from now
on Sunday.
Oh.
But now the situation is different, and there is a possibility for cancellation of that round of talks, seeing the current situation. And also, we heard from the Imam Khomeini International Airport, the airport for Tehran, that flights have been all suspended until further notice, until they finish their investigation. But still, as I told you, the story is developing. We are receiving reports from.
Well, this is all Trump's fault. There's no riots going on.
About sounds of explosions being heard, but still we have to wait for further details coming out pertaining to this specific, critically important development that is taking place. It's going to pave the way for escalation. Iran is going to respond to that under this circumstance and seeing the previous statements, but still we have to wait for the next.
Well, of course, Rocky.
For further details to come.
Okay.
I tried to tell you.
The latest pictures there, just to remind
my best.
That if you are just joining us, we are bringing you breaking news that Israel has launched strikes against Iran. These are the pictures of those strikes that you are seeing coming into us. So residential buildings, reports that residential.
Right, we're going to check back in with them here in a little bit.
And hearing from our correspondent.
We've got the update. Maybe, possibly 3 waves. Three waves of attack by Israel. Let's keep it with international news. Let's do the news. I've got so much shit to talk about tonight. I might have to put some of this off. We're going to keep it international right now. We have footage of the Air India plane that went down. Over 200 people died. 1 person survived. We're going to hear from him here shortly.
On that deadly Air India plane crash, at least 240 people were killed on the plane and on the ground. A doctor says a single passenger survived. It is one of India's worst airline disasters in decades, the world's really. That plane was headed to London, and that is where we find reporter Chris Livesay.
This video captures the Boeing jet's last seconds in the sky, taking off in India, bound for London, when it loses altitude and bursts into a huge fireball.
Wow.
The Air India flight went down in a residential area in the western city of Ahmedabad, fueled for a 4,000-mile journey to the UK.
So it was leaving with a full capacity of fuel. So we're looking at about 130 tons of fuel that were on the aircraft. That caused a massive explosion, and as a result, the damage on the scene will be intense.
The plane was carrying passengers from Canada, Britain, Portugal, and India, and they were all heading here to London's Gatwick Airport.
My thoughts, and I'm sure those of the entire House,
are with those who've been affected by the tragic plane crash in India.
India's civil aviation says pilots issued a mayday right after takeoff and lost its signal less than a minute into the flight. The tail of the 787 Dreamliner is resting on top of what CBS News has verified is a hospital. Reuters news agency says at least 30 bodies have been...
Yeah, but Flash, one doesn't survive when 240 die.
...are trapped inside. The National Transportation Safety Board is headed to India to lead a team of U.S. investigators helping pinpoint what caused the crash.
So the Boeing 787 does have a strong safety record. More than 1 billion passengers have flown on one in the U.S. 3 airlines fly the Dreamliner, including American Airlines, Hawaiian, and United. Again, stay with us for the latest on the Air India plane crash. It's going to be...
Rocky, you keep saying riots. There has not been a riot. We have watched the protests every night. We've watched people sing and dance in the street, and the cops beat the shit out of them. So do not use idiotic right-wing framing that they're using as a pretext to try to crack down on citizens. It is disgusting. I do believe CNN was able to speak with the one survivor of the plane crash.
Local police are now saying at least one passenger on board the Air India flight survived, incredibly. The newspaper Hindustan Times quotes the man as a British national, saying he heard a loud noise 30 seconds after takeoff. At least 290 people have died, according to Reuters. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner was bound for London when it went down in a residential area near the Ahmedabad airport. We want to warn you, the video you're about to see, you may find disturbing. You can see the plane struggling to stay airborne, then descending, then disappearing behind buildings and bursting into a fireball. Authorities say the plane hit a doctor's hostel as it went down. About 50 to 60 students were there. Were taken to hospital. And
I actually just encouraged the destruction of Waymos. They were a blight on society.
And the UK have been deployed to India to assist with the crash investigation. Salma Abdulaziz is following the latest developments for us from London, and our hearts go out to anyone affected by this. But there is a moment of apparent joy that came out of it as well.
Well, I think that when we saw those initial images, of course, Max, of the scorched earth, of portions of the plane lodged in a building, of the huge fires, we thought it would only be a miracle if someone survived. And now that miracle seems to have happened. One man, passenger seat 11A, found in hospital by reporters. But there is also a tragedy in this, Max. He says his brother was also on board that plane. He doesn't know his fate. We've also received the latest death toll from a local police official who says that there is 294 people feared dead. That means that there are many more people who died on the ground, in addition, of course, to the nearly 240 souls on board that flight. This is a very global tragedy, of course.
There was at least one cop car set on fire, possibly two.
And a national from Canada, in addition.
They threw some scooters and rocks at them.
Indian nationals. So
and I cheered that on as well.
Global response take place, starting, of course, with India's Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, who says he has deployed his top officials on the ground to provide that help and support. Air India has.
But I don't know that the cop cars were actually set on fire by protesters.
To the questions of families who I'm sure.
I watched them set the Waymos on fire, so.
Who I'm sure right now are going through a roller coaster of.
And the car from like the first or second night, that was set on fire by a police flashbang.
Now, for those families, again, seeking answers, this will begin to give them more questions, as the airline CEO had given a press conference a short time ago, Max, alluding to some passengers who were injured making it to hospital. Now, you're looking.
Another thing I want to point out, we have caught cops multiple times using
that building is
riots
where medical students
as cover for them to go in and actually loot places.
Students may have been killed.
In Baltimore, they caught cops using the
addition, of course,
I don't think it wasn't 2020. It wasn't George Floyd. It was the
explosion. I want to go through the timeline.
Might have been Michael Brown.
This happened so quickly, almost
protests in like 2016.
The plane taking off around 1:40.
They found that the cops were going in and stealing pills from pharmacies during the riots.
Gaining altitude, instead nosediving rather to the ground and ending in that fiery explosion and leading to the aftermath that you're seeing there. Scorched earth, burned out buildings, blazes for these emergency workers to put out. There's going to be an investigation, and I think that's already underway. The U.S., Britain have sent investigators to help and aid with that investigation, but answers to an investigation will come later down the line. For right now,
if I had to guess, it was because the co-pilot was afraid to speak up when they saw something wrong with the plane. And had they done role-playing beforehand,
survived the world's deadliest air disaster in more than a decade. Local officials say.
And the co-pilot was just playing a character, it's quite possible that they would have been scared to speak up.
Crashed into a city neighborhood in Ahmedabad, western India. The Boeing 787-8 Dreamliner was carrying 240.
Does anybody even know what the fuck I'm talking about?
The survivor is a British man, and he's now at a local hospital.
Because it's Nathan Fielder's The Rehearsal Season 2, and everyone needs to go goddamn watch that because it blew my mind.
His brother survived. Let's get the latest from CNN's Tom Foreman. So, Tom, talk to us about what we know regarding this particular flight and this particular aircraft.
We know, first of all, that there is no reason to think that it was not going to successfully make this flight from India to Gatwick Airport. This plane has had a stellar record for the 12 years it's been there. It's been doing very, very well. And yet something went dreadfully wrong. If you look at what happened during the takeoff.
I was asked if I'm going to watch Andor now that I actually.
This video.
I'm in the Star Wars universe now.
Maybe a
that's going to be a no.
This the other. It actually was in the air for I think 30 seconds and climbing for only maybe 12 or 15 seconds of it. If you watch this here, watch. It starts coming up here. Looks more or less normal, not necessarily to aviators, but to the rest of us, it looks more or less normal. It's level. And this is about it. It stops climbing in just a moment here and starts slowly sinking back down to the earth here. Wow. Important clues to look at, but also gives you an idea of the incredibly short period of time they had to deal with anything that might have been going wrong. And then, of course, when we go to the wreckage site, you can see where it came down here and all the questions that this raises, Boris. I mean, one of them being, how did the tail wind up where it was?
Right. And seemingly intact. I mean, other than the damage, it didn't catch fire.
I mean, having covered
I'm not watching any of them.
Accidents like that, and been to these accident sites, there's a lot of pieces of this plane.
I barely liked the movies.
Which is unusual. And that giant firebomb there, and look at this, the main fire over there, that was the tail over there some distance away. How they got there, we don't know. There are many questions about what went wrong. Was this just a pilot error? Did something else go wrong? We just don't really know. Again, everyone's cooperating on this. Boeing's cooperating. They're all getting together, but they have to answer these questions. I do want to bring up the seat map because it's very interesting.
Yeah.
We talk about that one survivor. Yeah. Look, this is where he was seated.
Yeah, I've not watched the sequels yet. I'll watch the first sequel.
Economy. And you
next year on Star Wars Day, I guess.
Exit here, right alongside the window. So whether that all played a role, I mean, who knows? When a plane like this comes completely apart, it could be someone anywhere in here. And yet that is the place where it happened to come out for that gentleman in a positive way.
Just stunning considering the wreckage site.
Damn.
Flames.
That's where the survivor was. That green circle there, like
someone was able to just
first row.
We see it once in a while, but in my experience, it is very unusual. I mean, there have been even the very rare cases of people and a plane comes apart in air, and they fall to the ground and they survive, but incredibly unusual. And of course,
I believe we're watching CNN International.
But mainly a big mystery.
This might not be, but that first hit was from CNN International.
How did it happen?
And they're actually really good.
Because, again, the point I keep making, and some of our aviation analysts are making, this plane never completed that transition from being on the ground to really being in the air. It was making that transition when something went wrong.
I've covered other air crashes and there have been survivors. They've nearly always sat at the back of the plane. This survivor was in seat 11A towards the front of the plane. I mean, how extraordinary is that? And, you know, are you able to explain it?
Dude looks fucking stunned, doesn't he?
That is extraordinary, and that's the first I've heard that. I didn't realize that this gentleman was that far forward. By looking at the picture of the tail that I saw sticking out of the building that was extremely intact, I really expected him to be toward the rear. We have seen this with accidents in the past that we're not able to explain. That I don't want to say luck of the draw, but that it's just a matter of where you're seated.
Was he shielded by something?
Cabin.
For 240 people to die and him to live.
Sometimes you're in a location where those forces are tolerable, and you happen to be the person.
Follow him around, because some Final Destination shit might happen to him.
And has an escape path. And sometimes it's just, that's the
dude's gonna be riding behind a log truck.
That's impressive to be that far forward, especially an airplane that is going through a building. That's quite amazing.
It's unbelievable. I'm sure he's asking more questions than anyone about how he survived. Sean, really appreciate you joining us with your incredible insights. Benjamin Katz is a reporter for the Wall Street Journal covering global aviation. He joins us live from London. A lot of the shock here, actually.
1,100 Dreamliners, almost 1,200.
It's been that a Dreamliner came down. Were you surprised?
I mean, it is a moment in history for this aircraft. The 787 has been operating since about 2011, and it has had 0 fatal accidents until today. In that sense, yes, I mean, very shocked. So, you know, just picking up the clues and looking at what potentially may have happened, although I caution that it's far too soon to say with any certainty, you know, what actually occurred. But really kind of basic errors that you can even pick out, such as, you know, the landing gear being retracted too early, still being out, and, you know, on the inverse, the flaps on the aircraft being retracted appearingly, you know, seemingly too early. These are kind of quite basic things that, you know, the Boeing 787 is a very advanced aircraft and has a lot of mechanisms to kind of ensure that these kind of
How was it, Fuzzy? I don't think I've ever been on a plane that big. I don't think they had planes that big last, because I haven't flown since like 99, 98, something like that. I don't think because the Dreamliners are like recent, aren't they? I think 737 might have been the biggest at the time. But I don't know shit about flying, so don't listen to me. We got a lot to cover tonight. Let's get to it. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem held a news conference today in Los Angeles. Let's go to it.
Actors. Our Federal Protective Services and also our Border Patrol agents have come and been partners with us in an incredible way. They bring a skill set that has helped us have a whole of government approach under the Department of Homeland Security that has never happened before. The assets that they have and the willingness to do their jobs that this president has allowed them to do has been absolutely incredible. But what you see standing behind me too is also other federal partners that have come to the table that are here to bring safety and security to the city of Los Angeles. I want to specifically thank the Army. I want to thank the Marines, the National Guard, our soldiers, our military men and women who have shown up here to help make sure that we have security. Not only do they protect our country around the world, but they're doing it every single day here.
Yeah, they manufactured the 787s.
Doing it.
They started in 2003. The first one was manufactured in 2007.
Because they took an oath to uphold the law.
I didn't think they were that big.
Who has been aggressive,
pre-9/11,
has been making sure that we don't pick winners and losers in this country, that the rule of law will be followed, and that people who break the law and perpetuate violence will be brought to justice. They will be prosecuted, and there will be...
Listen, this woman is a horrible, horrible woman, but she's kind of attractive, so she can be my GOP mommy.
consequences for that kind of activity. The Department of Justice is here and has a presence.
She looks really good in the video she made after this.
The DEA, the FBI, and their investigative teams have been fantastic with their leadership, and we also have the IRS here that's helping us track how these violent protesters are funded, what NGOs out there, what unions, what other individuals may be funding these violent perpetuators that are in these protests that take people who may be wanting to come and be peaceful, but instead turn these into very violent activities that go after law enforcement. That's just simply not acceptable. And I also want to thank our U.S. Marshals. They've been so great in helping us to secure facilities, but also operations, and also with transportation, that as soon as someone is arrested and brought into incarceration, that they are transported out and able to face prosecution and the consequences for their crimes. I want people to know that while these officers and these agencies and our military are here doing these work,
she's a whore. So what you're saying is, I have a shot.
People across this country are so grateful. They are so grateful for the work that is being done here in Los Angeles. They are setting an example for what is happening across the country in other cities, and putting together a model and a blueprint for how we can continue to work to make every single community great again and safe again for our kids and for our grandkids far into the future. I've been in many different states with all the different components that I represent over the last 4 or 5 days, and everywhere I go, people stop me and say, tell everybody who's working in Los Angeles that is working to bring safety to those city streets and to those families and protect those small business, tell them thank you. Tell them God bless you, that I hope that they are safe and they have been suffering. The people that live here under the policies of Governor Newsom and under the policies of Mayor Bass, and they recognize that it's a huge disservice to the people.
Now, be nice to my GOP mommy.
These agents and that these law enforcement officers are working to change that and give them an opportunity to be successful and to live the American dream. Listen, many officers have been assaulted over the last several days. We did see
who cares?
Assaults against law enforcement and ICE officers go up over 400%. In this situation, we've seen that increase even more. It's not acceptable. If you assault a law enforcement officer, we are going to come after you and we are going to arrest you, prosecute you, and put you away. That is not going to work. And under this administration with President Trump's leadership, one person is not better than another. Just because you think you're here as a citizen, or because you're a member of a certain group, or you're not a citizen, it doesn't mean that you're going to be protected and not face consequences from the laws that this country stands for. We have a constitution.
And you're not following it.
Follow that constitution and the laws that have been passed by our Congress, and we're going to make sure they are equally applied to every single person as it applies under the Constitution here in Los Angeles, but also across the country. As our law enforcement officers have been assaulted, they've
Since she wants to bring up the Constitution, we'll take a detour here for just 1 minute. The ruling that came down as we were covering the attack on Iran, Trump ordered to return control of the California National Guard to the governor. Federal judge ruled that the federalization of parts of California's National Guard by President Donald Trump was illegal. But Judge Charles Breyer stayed his own order from taking effect until 3 p.m. on Friday to allow the Trump administration to appeal his decision. Trump federalized 4,000 members of the California National Guard, mobilized another approximately 700 U.S. Marines to respond to protests in Los Angeles against federal immigration enforcement actions.
They've been pelted with rocks and bricks. Their cars have been set on fire. Molotov cocktails have been used. We have seen people throw bottles and hammers at them. We've also seen that they have been attacked and verbally spit on or punched or assaulted, and it's just not acceptable. The Department of Homeland Security and the officers and the agencies and the departments and the military people that are working on this operation will continue to sustain and increase our operations in this city. We are not going away. We are staying here to liberate this city from the socialist, burdensome leadership,
socialist
governor, and that this mayor have placed on
Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom are not socialists
to this city. So I want to say thank you to every single person that has been able to do this. Also, I want to talk specifically to the rioters and to the politicians in Los Angeles.
Half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your.
I also want to talk about specifically how many of our ICE agents have been doxxed for doing their duty, how they have been targeted, and how their families have been put in jeopardy. That we're not going to allow that. And
Now, if you were just watching this press conference, you might have seen that and thought it was just some protester trying to disrupt the event. However, the man that you saw was actually California Senator Alex Padilla.
Hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your
I also want to
hands up.
How many of our ICE agents have been doxxed?
On the ground. On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go and put them behind my back.
All right. Cool. One hand. Lay flat. Lay flat.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
There's no recording allowed out here. I did not know. There's no recording allowed out here per FB.
Exaggerating and embellishing. Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary.
Now, one of the things that the White House says he didn't identify himself.
A dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your hands up.
Now, did you guys feel like he didn't identify himself? I feel like the first thing he said was, I am Senator Alex Padilla.
On the ground. On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
If you let my hands go and put them behind my back.
All right. Cool. One hand. Lay flat. Lay flat.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
There's no recording allowed out here. I did not know. There's no recording allowed out here per FB.
No recording allowed out here.
Sir, hands up, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary.
Seriously, he's so much bigger than that guy.
A half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your...
Now, the White House also said he assaulted these officers here. That's clearly untrue. They're the ones pushing him.
On the ground. On the ground. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
Right-wingers have said, like, oh, well, why was he there? Blah, blah, blah. He actually sits on the committee
Other hand.
for immigration. What is the committee?
There's no recording allowed out here. I did not know. There's no recording allowed out here per FB.
Exaggerating and embellishing. Sir, hands up.
The chairman of the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Immigration, Citizenship, and Border Safety. So once again, this is the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Immigration, Citizenship, and Border Safety. There to ask a question of Kristi Noem in the state where he is a senator.
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back.
Over a matter where he absolutely has oversight over Noem.
Lay flat. Lay flat. Other hand.
And the federal government. And they handcuffed him. So one thing, that man literally has oversight, constitutionally granted oversight over Kristi Noem. This was Noem afterwards, and as I said, looking really cute, honestly.
Had a great conversation, sat down, talked for 10-15 minutes about operations in LA, some activities of the Department of Homeland Security, and so I thought it was very productive, and I wish that he would have reached out and identified himself and let us know who he was and that he wanted to talk. His approach, was something that I don't think was appropriate at all. But the conversation was great, and we're going to continue to communicate. We exchanged phone numbers, and we're going to continue to talk on ways we can communicate better.
Why did you detain him? Why was that the action you decided to take?
I'll let the law enforcement speak to how this situation was handled, but I will say that it's people need to identify themselves before they start lunging at people that during press conferences.
He didn't lunge. He identified himself. You all saw it. Kind of got flat ass though, doesn't she? Maybe I take back my GOP mommy statements. Senator Padilla, after the incident.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. You guys have some questions. I'm going to read a brief statement. I will not be taking questions, but allow me to read my statement. I'm here in Los Angeles today, and I was here in the federal building, in the conference room, awaiting a scheduled briefing from federal officials as part of my responsibility as a senator to provide oversight and accountability. While I was waiting for the briefing with General Guillot, I learned that Secretary Noem was having a press conference a couple of doors down the hall. Since the beginning of the year, but especially over the course of recent weeks, several of my colleagues have been asking the Department of Homeland Security for more information and more answers on their increasingly extreme immigration enforcement actions. And we've gotten little to no information in response to our inquiries. And so I came to the press conference to hear what she had to say, to see if I could learn any new additional information. And at one point, I had a question. And let me emphasize, just as we've emphasized the right for people to peacefully protest and to stand up for their First Amendment rights, for our fundamental rights. I was there peacefully. At one point, I had a question. And so I began to ask a question. I was almost immediately forcibly removed from the room. I was forced to the ground.
Oh, it was like seconds.
I was not arrested. I was not detained. I will say this. If this is how this administration responds to a senator with a question, if this is how the Department of Homeland Security responds to a senator with a question, you can only imagine what they're doing to farm workers, to cooks, to day laborers out in the Los Angeles community and throughout California and throughout the country. We will hold this administration accountable. And we'll have more to say. We'll have more to say in the coming days. Let me say just briefly in Spanish as well.
You would think, Holiday.
Padilla. Y estuve aquí porque tuve una junta para recibir más información de los representantes de la administración. Especialmente.
I mean, this man is one of the most powerful people in the world, supposedly.
Esta última semana, por lo que ha ocurrido aquí en la región de Los Ángeles, hemos pedido más información para entender las pólizas, las estrategias de la administración. Y las respuestas han sido mínimas. Tuve una junta aquí para recibir más información cuando me di cuenta que la secretaria Noem tenía una rueda de prensa en el mismo edificio, en el mismo piso. Calmamente fui a escuchar para ver si podría aprender algo nuevo sobre los esfuerzos y las acciones del departamento. A un punto de la rueda de prensa.
You call her a punta? I don't speak much Spanish, but I'm pretty sure punta means bitch.
Todo tranquilo, tuve una pregunta y casi
She can
inmediatamente
be my GOP punta.
los agentes me sacaron.
God, it's horrible of me.
Me forzaron de la sala. Primero me hicieron hincar, después completamente al piso me pusieron esposas. No me arrestaron, no me detenieron. Pero una gran pregunta es esta: si esta es la reacción a un senador con una pregunta, imagínense lo que están haciendo con cocineros,
Said she arrested a senator. She's such a punta.
campesinos y otros inmigrantes no violentos en la comunidad de Los Ángeles, en otras áreas del estado de California y en el país. No voy a tomar preguntas en este momento, pero sí quise explicar lo que ocurrió y tendremos más que decir en los días que vienen. Just want to once again, for not just the community here in Los Angeles, but throughout the country, because there is a lot of concern, there is a lot of tension, there is a lot of anxiety, and a lot of people are beginning to make plans for what they may or may not do come this Saturday. I encourage everybody to please peacefully protest, just like I was calmly and peacefully listening in that press conference and preparing, attempting to ask a question. No violence, no vandalism. Please continue peacefully protesting, and that's all I will have to say today. Thank you very much.
Can you give us any insight what you and the secretary said after?
Peacefully protest is, you know, he was just slammed to the ground. If they can do that to a sitting U.S. senator, they can do it to anybody. If they could do it to a sitting U.S. congresswoman, they can do it to anybody. Rep. McIver from New Jersey.
Circle the mayor.
Confrontation taking place last month.
Absolutely not. Back up. Do not cause this problem.
Congresswoman.
Charges against Baraka have been dropped.
Get off the bus.
Get off! No. Congresswoman.
Get off the bus.
Congresswoman. Don't touch me. You cannot put my hands on me. Do not touch me. Do not touch me. Do not touch me.
Bonnie's in the middle. What do you want me to do?
Congresswoman.
That's a congressman.
Get off her! Get off of her! Get off the congresswoman! Get off of her! Get off!
So clearly they're being aggressive towards her. As we can all tell, however, she has been indicted by a grand jury. U.S. Democratic Congresswoman LaMonica McIver has been indicted for forcibly impeding and interfering with federal law enforcement over a recent confrontation outside an immigration center. The scuffle occurred during her visit to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Center in Newark on May 9th. The incident drew widespread attention as it unfolded at a time when the Republican administration of U.S. President Donald Trump has faced sharp criticism for opposing Democrats over its hardline approach on immigration. Miss McIver, who faces a maximum term of 17 years in prison, has called the charges a brazen attempt at political intimidation and says she will plead not guilty. Federal grand jury in New Jersey brought the 3-count indictment against Miss McIver on Tuesday. It replaces the 2 assault charges that she previously faced. Interim attorney for the District of New Jersey, Elena Haba, who was previously Trump's personal lawyer, wrote on X, while people are free to express their views for or against particular policies, they must not do so in a manner that endangers law enforcement and the communities those officers serve. A member of Congress said what we were all fucking thinking today. They were voting on a bill, the Halt Fentanyl Act was being voted on. This is Representative John Mannion of New York. Representative John Mannion of New York says what we're all thinking. Oh, did they kill the mic so he couldn't yell anymore? Representative John Mannion of New York. Did they have him escorted out? Let's... He is defending his comments. As well he should. I believe he's out of Syracuse. This is the Syracuse news station. This might just be the same clip, actually, instead of them talking to him. I think it is. That probably has his comments in the story here. Congressman John Mannion is defending his vulgar outburst towards a fellow congressman on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives as an act of patriotism. Over a televised feed of the House vote, shouting can be heard in a distant part of the room. It's Representative Mannion saying in part, "Get over there and get some fucking balls. Tell them, you know who I am." The comments were directed at Republican Congressman Mike Lawler. Also of New York, Mannion's office said the congressman was already fired up about Senator Alex Padilla being removed from a press briefing hosted by Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. The tension continued into a Democratic-hosted press conference outside the House floor, which then spilled onto the House floor when the argument began. The congressman began. Lawler posted a response, also profane, to his campaign social media. John Mannion was entirely unhinged and unprofessional. That was a shameful display that exposed his complete lack of temperament. No wonder numerous staffers have previously alleged a toxic work environment. He should go seek help for anger management and fuck off. The statement from Mannion read in its entirety, "I'm a kid from Tip Hill that's fighting for my hometown and my country. I'm giving everything I have to stop the rise of authoritarian government and the destruction of American democracy. If making some noise on the House floor and calling out Trump enablers draws attention to what's happening to our country right before our eyes, good. Today, it's roughing up and handcuffing a United States senator and a politicized military patrolling the streets of American cities. It's the willing abandonment of the rule of law and a gross fealty to a want-to-be dictator who is tearing the country apart. None of this is normal or okay. I'm always going to stand up and speak out and fight for the people of this country." Representative Mannion, good one in my book. This is Representative Tran. from New Jersey, I believe. I'm sorry, Representative Derek Tran from California. This was Pete Hegseth testifying in front of Congress earlier today.
Recognizes Senator from California.
Well, got promoted.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
I was about to say this was a House hearing. She said Senator from California.
Well, got promoted.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you to the witnesses for being here. Mr. Secretary, I just got word that Senator Padilla from my great state of California was physically assaulted and arrested for attending Secretary Noem's press event. The mere fact that he showed up, he was forcibly removed. Is this how you would treat a member of Congress who attends your press event, whether invited or not?
Well, I've been here for 5 hours, sir. I don't know about that.
I'm just asking, would you have me forcibly removed from your press event?
I'm not going
if I
to
walked
speculate on a hypothetical. I'm sure there's more context.
I'll take that as a yes. Mr. Secretary, does the DOD have any plans to allow the military to follow the orders of President Trump when his order violates the Constitution? Yes or no?
I reject the premise of that question, which is that President Trump is ordering unconstitutional orders.
I'll take that as a yes as well. Mr. Secretary, the deployment of active duty Marines to California is incredibly disruptive to the lives of service members who are being drawn into the president's publicity stunt. And I want to know how you're planning to take care of these troops. So will you commit to sending my office and this committee a detailed plan on how you plan to house and feed the 700 Marines and potentially thousands of Marines?
What's disruptive is when concrete blocks are thrown at the heads of ICE officers. And so we're proud that National Guardsmen and Marines have responded in real time to help defend those federal law enforcement officers.
So do you have a plan? Do you have a plan to house?
Not only do we have a plan, but it's been a focus of mine. I've held a riot shield before in a riot. I recognize what it means to respond in real time.
What riot?
Mr. Secretary, will you get me that
everything
plan,
they can
please?
as fast as they can, and we have a plan for that.
Mr. Secretary, I reclaim my plan. Chairwoman, LA Mayor Bass stated that the area placed under the recent curfew is around 1 square mile. Is that the same area where service members will be deployed?
Service members are in Los Angeles to defend law enforcement, ICE agents, and facilities.
So essentially you're telling me that American people that a 1 square mile block of LA, and for the record, LA County is over 4,700 square miles, warrants the deployment of 700 Marines and the federal of 4,000 California National Guardsmen. You testified earlier that you will send in the military to protect local law enforcement. Did LAPD Police Chief McDonnell ask you for your help?
I read reports on a regular basis.
Did he ask for your help?
From ICE agents
I'll take that as a no.
More grateful.
Did LA Sheriff Luna ask for you to send in the military, Mr. Secretary? Did LA Sheriff Luna ask you to send in the military? Yes or no?
I don't work for the LA Sheriff, sir.
Well, you said you sent them in to support the military, but they didn't even ask for your, to support law enforcement, but they didn't even ask for your help. Have you been to Los Angeles in the last 7 days?
My team is, from the top down, focused on making sure Los Angeles
I'll also take that as a no. How did you arrive at the decision not to coordinate with local law enforcement and the governor's office on the initial deployment?
Well, I can tell you.
It would be great if the governor attempted to actually coordinate instead of grandstand.
All right, so I believe troops to an area without coordinating with local officials is somehow not disruptive and to the logistical and operational conditions on the ground. You agree with that?
I would need you to repeat the question, sir.
Does the department plan on coordinating with Governor Newsom's office on local law enforcement going forward, Mr. Secretary?
We've coordinated with local law enforcement quite well, but the governor's been an obstruction to that, of course.
Wrong.
Hegseth, this political stunt, and by your own admission, is expected to cost the American taxpayer at least $134 million and will disrupt the lives of hundreds and potentially thousands of active duty Marines and 4,000 National Guardsmen. That's $134 million and thousands of personnel diverted away from critical missions in the Indo-Pacific, where China is rapidly expanding from Europe, where NATO needs U.S. support amid growing Russian aggression, and from CENTCOM, where tensions are escalating so critically that your own General Kurilla had to cancel all his testimony in Congress today. Your redirection of combat-ready troops from real-world national security threats to manage a domestic protest is gross mismanagement and a slap in the face of service members whose lives are disrupted throughout this event. As a veteran myself, it's a disgrace, and you should be ashamed. I yield back.
The gentleman's
Madam
time
Chair,
has expired.
Madam Chair, can we add into record, please, that the gentleman from California has just stated that it is okay to have 1 mile of complete criminality in L.A. so long as it doesn't cover the 4700.
That was not my statement.
Complete criminality.
It's
Mills,
okay.
Mr. Mills has not been recognized.
This is absolutely
Either gentleman,
You're putting
either
words in
gentleman
my
is
mouth,
recognized.
Congressman.
Have the right to over to the. You have not been recognized.
Either
by
gentleman
the
is
chair.
recognized. The chair now
And neither have you.
recognizes
Controls
the
the
congressman
And neither have
from
you, Mr.
Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
Fuck Clay Higgins.
Bring it down a notch, shall we?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Fucking shit. Let's keep it with Hegseth. He was confronted by Representative, I'm going to butcher it, and I'm sorry, Representative Caraballo. Caballo, a Democrat from California. Hold on, they're getting ready to say it. I'm gonna have to listen. How do I say it?
As a gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Carbajal.
It shouldn't come as no surprise that I have serious concerns with both the deployment of the National Guard and the Marines to Los Angeles. I served in the Marine Corps. We are trained to be war fighters, not for crowd control. Everyone here should be alarmed that the president has sent armed forces into a city against the wishes of a governor and mayor. I am concerned this administration is purposely escalating the situation with this step and politicizing our armed forces in the process. Let's call it for what it is. It's political theater. Hegseth, are the Marines in Los Angeles ordered to protect property by any means necessary?
Sir, I would say the ICE officers and police officers being attacked is not political theater. The National Guard and Marines,
just yes or no. Just yes or no.
The National Guard and Marines have the full authority.
Bullshit.
Federal ICE agents.
Yes or no.
Just
Can you just say yes or no? This isn't Fox anymore. Just yes or no.
They're there to protect federal agents and federal.
Another BS answer. Under the SRUF, the use of force, are Marines allowed to fire warning shots?
No.
Now that's more like it. Isn't that easy? Well, you know, I'm going to beat this drum because you refuse to take responsibility. Will you take responsibility for having made a mistake? Not to mention many people would say break the law.
Good Lord, no.
Participating in the Signal group chat.
Right-wingers take responsibility?
A journalist, your wife, your brother, where classified information was shared.
Sir, every way I communicate is authorized. Every way
Okay, if you want to say that. I have called for your resignation. I didn't think you were qualified before your confirmation, and you have done nothing to inspire confidence in your ability to lead competently. You broke the law and shared classified information, and in doing so, endangered the lives of our service members that you are responsible for. Your inability to hold yourself accountable makes you incapable to lead. This alone makes you unfit to be the Secretary of Defense. Secretary, do you think the United States should continue supporting Ukraine in its fight against Russia, a nation that is hostile towards the United States?
Well, as you know, sir, President Trump is committed to peace.
No, I just want yes or no answers. Today,
the United States has spent billions.
Committed to peace.
Yes or no?
Over years.
Just yes or no. Can I get a yes or no out of you?
We continue to send.
Come on.
Presidential drawdown.
It's that easy. Kindergartners can give me a yes or no. Yes or no.
Yes, we support peace in Ukraine.
What?
Come on. Is this really leadership? You're an embarrassment to the United States. If Russia and
he sure is
allies, are you going to recommend to the president that we fulfill our Article 5 obligations?
Well, Russia has not invaded NATO allies.
No.
President Trump has invigorated the NATO
No.
alliance.
I reclaim my time. Yes or no? It's that simple.
There's Article 5 in NATO, which we recognize.
So is the answer yes or no?
That's what Article 5 is, yes.
Good. I'm glad you brought yourself to saying yes. Do you think political allegiance to Trump is a requirement for serving our nation, either in uniform or a civilian?
It's apparently a requirement to go to the.
I'm incredibly proud as our
event at Fort Bragg.
No. Not today, Seth. Yes or no?
Congressman, you know what a silly question that is.
But silly enough.
No, it's not.
A very straightforward answer. Yes or no?
We all support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
You know what?
Proud.
I'm not going to waste my time anymore. You're not worthy of my attention or my questions. You're an embarrassment to this country. You're unfit to lead. And there's been bipartisan members of Congress that have called for your resignation. You should just get the hell out and let somebody competently lead this department.
Mr. Chairman, do we not have any decorum in here?
Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. And I would urge everybody to remember and maintain a decorum suitable for this chamber with their future.
Oh, shut up, Comer. I fucking hate Comer so much. And he might be the senator from Kentucky soon. Ooh. So, question. Will Hegseth say whether or not we plan to invade Greenland?
And, lawyer here, I just want to help you out because people try to twist your words. You are not confirming in your testimony today that at the Pentagon there are plans for invading or taking by force Greenland, correct? That is not your testimony today.
All my testimony is that the Pentagon has plans for any number of contingencies.
It is not your testimony today that there are plans at the Pentagon for taking by force or invading Greenland, correct? Because I'm sure as hell hope that it is not your testimony.
We look forward to working with Greenland to ensure that it is secured from any potential threats.
Excellent.
Sounds like we're the threat. Sounds like we're the threat. Did I... It apparently got really wild today during the House Oversight Committee hearing when Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene accused these were governors testifying about being sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. They were confronted by Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Come here or commit crimes here. That is my number one job. But
The
what is
ladies'
happening
time's
is
expired.
un-American.
Chair recognizes Timmons from South Carolina.
Kathy Hochul.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, the difference is that the millions of Americans that came through Ellis Island did so legally. I'll yield to my friend from Georgia, Ms. Greene.
Thank you. Governor Hochul, are you a Democrat? Yes or no?
I'm a proud registered Democrat, yes.
Did you support Joe Biden for president? Yes or no?
I did.
Come on, man. Did you support the Biden administration's policies for the past 4 years?
I raised my concerns in many
That's a
meetings
yes
with the
or no
administrations
question.
about how the border was being enforced, and so I raised concerns.
So
I
you
said-
just stated, I'll reclaim my time, you said you're a proud Democrat. You supported Joe Biden for president. Clearly you supported the Biden administration's policies.
I
Did
supported
you
many of
swear,
them, yes,
Governor
I have.
Hochul, did you swear an oath to faithfully uphold New York's Constitution and laws?
I certainly did.
In 2017, New York became a sanctuary state when Governor Cuomo signed Executive Order 170. This states, it directs that no state officers or employees, including law enforcement officers, shall disclose information to federal immigration authorities for the purpose of federal civil immigration enforcement unless required by the law. Do you support this law as governor of New York?
Yes, this pertains to civil enforcement.
So you do enforce sanctuary policies of New York?
I supporting helping law enforcement.
Wait, hold on. Earlier we heard reporting that Trump would be Trump would be having a National Security Council meeting. That's taking place tomorrow at 11 a.m. They said he went back into the White House to have a meeting after the congressional picnic, right? That was the reporting we heard earlier. Apparently that cabinet meeting not happening until 11 a.m. tomorrow. So, hey, remember when that dude called in, told me that he couldn't vote for Kamala Harris because he was afraid of what would happen if she got a phone call in the middle of the night? There was some major world event that happened. Oh my God, these people need to learn to feel embarrassment.
When it comes to
Thank you. I reclaim my time. You support sanctuary policies that have led to the horrific murder of people, Americans. This Fox News got it wrong. It should say monster. Arrested in broad daylight rape of a 13-year-old in a New York park. This girl was raped at knife point in the park near New York Mets Stadium.
Okay, that sucks.
Governor Hochul. New York Post also got it wrong and called him a migrant. That's a monster. Busted in brutal beating of New York PD cops in Times Square are members of bloodthirsty...
Wait, whoa. Wasn't that wrong? They weren't Trinidad.
...state where you support your sanctuary state laws. Also, Governor Hochul, do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Where a homeless woman was burned alive by an illegal alien monster? Where you uphold the laws to protect these monsters in your state, and then you force the New York citizens that pay taxes to pay for these people. This is the result of your sick and disgusting treasonous laws that you uphold as governor.
New York is
wow.
a sanctuary
I didn't
state
recognize
for
you, Ms.
criminals.
Hochul. This is my time. Do you know the name Laken Riley?
Oh my God.
You know the name Laken Riley.
Yes, I do.
Oh, you do. Jose Ibarra murdered 22-year-old Laken Riley. He's an illegal alien monster from Venezuela, convicted of 10 charges. He was first arrested by the Biden administration that you stated that you support. Joe Biden for president, right?
Okay, good.
Democrat, Governor Hochul.
And?
First arrested at the border and released by the Democrats that you support.
Oh, so he wasn't arrested.
Guess what? He made it to New York because the Biden administration flew illegals all over the country, and your state was one that accepted them. He lived at the Crown Plaza Hotel in Queens, an upscale hotel that was turned into an illegal alien shelter at the taxpayers' expense. $2 million a month went to this hotel. The second time he was arrested was in the state of New York for endangering a child. But he was released quickly before ICE could even issue a detainer, because you support those laws, Governor Hochul. Then he flew, get this is shocking. He flew from the state of New York to my home state in Georgia, and you all paid for it. Because, why?
None of this can be true.
And that was the little gift that you were giving my state by sending monsters there. Costs the state of New York $5 to $10 million a day to feed and house illegals. Are you smiling at me about this?
No, I'm not.
You look like you got quite a smile on your face.
No.
Laughing at how stupid you are.
This is my time, reclaiming my time.
I'm thinking about
Don't you dare smile about the murder of
I'm
Laken
thinking about
Riley.
her parents.
The third
Don't
time,
question how I look.
Jose
My heart is
Ibarra,
breaking for her
my
parents.
time, Governor Hochul. The third time he was arrested was in the sanctuary city of Athens, another Democrat policy. And then he went on and attempted to rape Laken Riley and murdered her. He murdered her. Let me explain something to you. This little girl right here, she would be alive today if you weren't such a treasonous governor supporting sanctuary laws in the state of New York. This little girl would be alive today, and her mother very much would like for her to be alive. This is outrageous for anybody in this country to support for non-citizens to be able to come in our country, be able to travel wherever they want, and then make taxpayers pay to house them, feed them, and then give them a plane ticket after they had been arrested in their state. That's what you did.
I don't believe this. There's more to it.
The murder of this little girl, Laken Riley.
No, she's not.
Justice should prosecute you for her murder.
Objection. Objection.
I don't care how much you object, and if you support it too, you're responsible for her murder.
All right.
I yield
Gentlelady,
back, Mr. Chairman.
On a point of order.
Gentlelady,
On a point of order.
Gentlelady's time's expired. State your point.
Mr. Chairman, these witnesses have been here for over 4 hours. They've all voluntarily have been engaging with our members with respect. They've all treated our members with respect.
Laken Riley is dead forever. 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 They can sit there all day.
My time.
Hold on. No, wait, state your point.
I'm trying to.
State your point. No, it's a point of inquiry, not a debate.
Our
You've
rules,
had your time.
our rules, if you would let me speak, our rules of decorum dictate that our witnesses should be treated with respect, and I ask you to enforce decorum and remind committee members to treat our witnesses with respect.
Our members are treating the witnesses with respect. This is not a courtroom. We engage with the witnesses, and I think everybody's acting within the realm. We haven't.
Did she?
Screamed when you all are criticizing the current president, even though that's in the rules, not
breaking the
criticizing.
law and how they look. How they look.
All right.
That's-
Maybe
Mr. Chairman.
if you win the chairmanship, if you all flip the House, you win the chairmanship, then you can do what Ms. Crockett says she's going to do and try to impeach Trump again or whatever you're all.
Mr. Chairman, is there any chance you would yield me 30 seconds to just respond that we are heartbroken what happened to her family? Laken Riley should be alive today. And I'm so sorry for what happened to her. I truly am what happened. But this has nothing to do with our civil enforcement of the laws. We are always cooperating with criminal investigations, always have, always will. So misstating our policies is not certain.
God, you're such a bad
Making
politician.
sure we have meaningful policies that'll actually move the dime. Why aren't we working together to come up with meaningful immigration reform, secure our borders, do vetting at the
wait a
border?
minute.
We're simply asking.
We're going to go back. Okay, Governor.
Does she think she's going to be a senator or something?
There was no the policy of the previous administration was an open border. It was
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. At no point in time has the border been open. You fuckers just keep lying.
Now you're saying we need
Point of order.
You,
whose
you were
time is
saying
it?
you were no. Wait a minute,
Point of
Ms.
inquiry. Whose time is it?
Ocasio-Cortez. I will recognize you because I like you.
Thank
but,
you.
But here, wait,
Thank you
just
so
a
much,
second.
Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that.
Here's the border was open.
No, it wasn't.
You all said nothing. All right. Now,
Wrong.
said we had to pass legislation. We didn't have to pass legislation. Donald Trump secured the border on the first day. Now, there's no question you all.
No, he didn't.
And criticizing and failing to work with this administration in trying to apprehend the criminal illegals. That's what this hearing's about.
They're not apprehending criminals.
About trying to get a consensus on working with this administration to
the
criminal illegals.
We do it every day of the week,
defend all
Mr.
the
Chairman.
people who are over here illegally.
AOC is a very likable person.
Criminal illegals. So
We do it every day of the
everyone's
week.
out of order. I'm going to let Ms. Ocasio-Cortez state her point, and then we're going to go to Ro Khanna.
Oh, we can continue. I was just curious whose time it was, but we can proceed.
right.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Okay.
I'd like to seek unanimous consent to enter into the record this tweet. Just happened, stunning. Senator Alex Padilla from California was just forcibly removed from the news conference being held by
Without
DHS.
objection to order. You just have to state the title. Go ahead.
This is the title.
Mr. Lynch. Chair recognizes Mr. Lynch.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request. This is from MSN. Unquestionably in violation. Judge says U.S. government didn't follow court orders on
Without objection, so
on
ordered.
deportation. The next one is from Rolling Stone. Trump has now deported multiple U.S. citizens, children with cancer.
Without objection to order.
This is New York Times, L.A. deployments of the military to cost $134
Without
million
objection
in
to
the last
order.
50 days. And lastly, Secretary Hegseth will not commit to obeying the court's order on Marines.
Not the only controversy MTG caused today. Get a double dose of her from the same hearing.
Recognizes
Mr. Chair, unanimous consent request.
Mr. Frost.
Unanimous consent request into the record a NBC article. Senator Alex Padilla removed from news conference with Homeland Security Secretary Noem.
All right, without objection to order.
I have another one, the Hill article. Padilla forcibly removed from Noem press conference.
Without objection to order.
And I have a third one, Axios, Democratic senator forcibly removed from DHS press conference.
Without objection to order.
Mr. Chair, also, we were just talking about this. I want to know if you can commit to working with us so we can subpoena.
You're out of order. Chair recognizes
I have
Ms.
a point.
Green.
I have a point of order.
No.
I have a point of order.
State your point.
We need to subpoena.
That's not
Secretary
a point of order.
Noem.
Chair recognizes
We
Ms.
just talked
Green.
about this
That's not a
earlier.
point.
We talked
Thank
about
you, Mr. Chairman. Reclaiming my time. Reclaiming my time.
To the ground.
Reclaiming my time.
In handcuffs. In his own damn
Oh, Democrats can't follow the rules. Can't follow
Chair
the law.
recognizes Ms. Green.
Can't follow the rules. Can't follow
We need
the law.
to subpoena Kristi Noem. It's
Chair
her
recognizes
staff,
Ms. Green.
DHS federal
There's a
officers
privilege of
that
the
threw a
majority,
US
and that
senator
means
to the
we're in
ground.
charge,
Just
not
this
your
morning we were
side.
talking about this
Because
happening to
you
governors.
lost the
All right,
election.
Ms. Green, we're going to start the
Because
clock.
you
have
supported
anything
the
to say about
invasion
that?
of our
Frost.
country.
All right.
It's my
Will
time.
you commit on the record
Stop
to
the
work
clock.
My
to
time.
subpoena
Thank you,
Kristi
Mr.
Noem?
Chairman. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
You're out of order. Chair recognizes
Will
Ms.
you
Green.
commit on the record
you.
to subpoenaing Kristi Noem because a U.S. senator was just thrown to the ground and detained in his own
Democrats
state?
can't follow the rules.
out of
Can't
order.
follow the law.
Will you
Can't
commit-
follow the
Shut
rules.
up. Just shut
Will you-
up.
No, you don't. No,
Shut
you're
up.
not going to tell me to shut up.
Wow!
How do you get him in order? You're running
Use
for
the-
the
Not like that.
he has been out of order 6 times. He's trying to get on MSNBC. You probably knocked
I get it.
somebody off
I don't have any problem
MSNBC to
getting
get
on
on there.
MSNBC. That's
Ms.
not
I
Green,
think as he's been arrested as a
recognized.
former
Yeah, well,
Antifa.
And that's fucking hilarious, because how often does Comer run to Fox News? That's all they do. All these fucking representatives on the Republican side, they're just trying to get Fox News sound bites all the fucking time.
you're running
Use
for
the-
the
Not like that.
It's projection.
He has been out of order 6 times. He's trying to get on MSNBC. You probably knocked
I get it.
somebody off
I don't have any problem
MSNBC
getting
to
on
get on there.
MSNBC. That's
Ms.
not
I
what it's
Green,
think as he's been
is
arrested as a
recognized.
former
Yeah, well,
Antifa
okay,
member,
you're
right?
back
Antifa.
to order, Ms. Green. Go.
He's a
Go.
former Antifa
All right, Ms.
member,
Green.
Mr.
You're
Chairman.
recognized. You got
no
it.
surprise.
Who's a former
Yours.
Antifa member? Me?
Yeah, you.
I asked that these words be taken down.
No, Ms. Green,
Thank you.
you're
I
recognized.
asked
Thank
that these
you,
words
Mr.
be taken
Chairman.
down.
There's a motion.
Governor
Ms.
Hochul,
Green is recognized.
Governor
I asked
Hochul,
that these
you
words be
stated
taken down.
that you're a proud Democrat, proud registered
All right,
Democrat.
we got to
You need to
suspend.
retract.
There's been a parliamentary move. They said they weren't going to do that. What's the?
Just ask her to strike what she said.
Mr. Chairman, I move to revise my remarks. Congressman Frost was arrested in 2021 at
a protest?
rights rally.
Okay. Without objection?
Proudly.
All right. Chair recognizes Ms. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Hochul, you stated that you're a proud registered Democrat.
Yes, I did. Is that illegal now, too?
Is that illegal now, too? Oh, man, Hochul had a good comeback. We didn't get that part. Vice presidential candidate in this last election cycle, Governor Tim Walz, also one of the people that testified today. He was grilled about his remarks calling ICE the Gestapo.
Recognize Ms. Mace from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to the unofficial 2028 Democrat presidential primary right here on stage at the Oversight Committee. Governor Newsom must be seething. The three of you beat him to the stage, but he's a little busy right now.
Nancy Mace, the congresswoman from South Carolina, can be my GOP mommy. Not showing as much cleavage as she usually does, though.
Defending illegals and defending Antifa, torching what is left of Los Angeles. Governor Walz knows the playbook. In 2020, he rolled out the red carpet for anarchists while Minnesotans watched their neighborhoods burn. You've turned your states into sanctuaries for illegals. You've done more to shield MS-13 than to protect the single mom working 2 jobs in Chicago, Queens.
Are you serious?
And you've worked harder against ICE than with them. So Governor Walz, and boy, does that feel nice to say the word governor, my first question is for you. Did you know the Nazis killed 6 million Jews during the Holocaust?
What?
It's a yes or no question. Did you know the Nazis killed 6 million Jews during the Holocaust?
Pushing my button down.
Okay.
Yes, I believe that's historic.
Okay, would you agree?
I believe it's more than that, actually.
Horrific atrocity in human history, yes or no?
I think the Holocaust ranks amongst them, yes.
Did you know the Nazi Gestapo imprisoned, tortured, and murdered Jews by the hundreds of thousands and committed genocide against the Jews? Did you know that?
I do know they operated as secret.
Did you know ICE has done none of that?
Yes
or no?
Wrong.
Operated as a secret police force?
No, that's not the question. Did you know that ICE has not committed genocide against anyone?
Yes, I do know that.
Okay.
Well, no, wrong. Didn't we catch the fucking ICE people like forced sterilization? Didn't that actually happen? And did I miss that one? They were forced sterilizing people that were being brought in during the first Trump administration. I didn't imagine that, did I? That is genocide, by the way.
Who killed hundreds of thousands of Jews during the Holocaust?
As a history teacher.
Yes or no is the question.
A historical
You're a
comparison.
governor. You understand what the question is. It's yes or no. Will you apologize for what you said about ICE, comparing them to
ICE to identify who they are when they operate, to not use unmarked.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, this governor, or honorable, can't answer the question. Do you believe the Nuremberg trials were a good exercise in holding the Nazis accountable? Yes or no?
I think due process.
Okay, so are you calling for ICE agents to be brought to a tribunal under the threat of death by comparing them to the Gestapo?
Everyone is afforded due process.
Investigation finds women detained by ICE underwent unnecessary gynecological procedures at Georgia facility. They forcefully sterilized them, which guess what? That's genocide. So fuck you, Nancy. You were wrong. ICE has been committing genocide.
What don't you understand about yes or no? Like, what can't you comprehend about yes or no questions? Do you still want to abolish ICE? Do you still want to abolish ICE? Yes or no?
Said I wanted to abolish ICE.
Didn't you march in a rally calling for ICE's abolishment?
Not that I can recall, Congressman.
Well, according to widespread media reports, you did.
What, like right-wing propaganda?
Kamala Harris's job as border czar. I want a number between 1 and 10. How was she as border czar?
I wouldn't have a way to measure that. I was not in the administration.
Weren't you her running mate for vice president?
As in the campaign.
And you can't rate her role as border czar on a scale of 1 to 10. Was she great at 10 or was she a 1? Terrible.
I think her proposal that she put forward to make sure we had the bipartisan immigration.
It wasn't bipartisan. Did you ever
was?
Speak with Kamala about Joe Biden's cognitive collapse?
Not that I can recall, Congressman.
Not as her running mate for vice president. You never once talked to her about the president and why she was nominated instead of him.
Come on, man.
No, not that I can recall.
What kind of operation were you guys running over there?
I was more concerned with Donald Trump's cognitive.
Thank God he's president and J.D. Vance is vice president and not you.
Thank God.
You never served in a combat zone, Governor.
I have not, Congresswoman.
Okay. Are you still friends with school shooters?
I have never been a friend with a school shooter.
Didn't you say you were friends with school shooters on the debate stage?
Oh, Congresswoman.
Yeah.
Is bullying
my mom was a teacher. I'm a high school dropout. We can talk about that later. Is bullying okay?
Are you a high school dropout? Really? I would have never guessed.
Is bullying okay as teacher?
Is bullying okay, yes or no? Is it okay to bully somebody?
I think
yes
there's
or
a
no?
time to push back at a bully. So yes, I do think there's a time.
So you think it's okay to bully others?
I think it's okay to bully the bully at times.
Well, you're showing that the Democrat Party is a party of violence. Were you at Tiananmen Square?
Have I been to Tiananmen?
By the way, I always love that. Right-wingers love to say that the Democrats are the party of violence. Hold on, I don't have had to reformat my computer. I don't have my stats and graphs handy here. According to the conservative ADL, right-wing extremism counts for 76% of all extremist-related killings in the United States. Left-wing extremism counts for 3%.
I have.
Were you at Tiananmen Square?
I have been at Tiananmen Square.
When were you there?
Oh, as I recall, January of 1990.
Okay. What is a woman? What is a woman is the question.
I'm not sure I understand the question here.
Well, that.
What
okay.
what do you want me to say? This is.
I want you to say that a woman like me is an adult human female, that men can't become women.
Ho, 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 ho. Adult human female is circular reasoning. You can't just call, what is a female then, Nancy? Once again, my definition actually thoroughly answers the question. Someone with predominantly feminine traits. That is what a female is. That is what a woman is. Nancy.
You guys are the party of violence, and you're the party erasing women. You don't respect us. You're a bigot. You're a misogynist. You're a sexist. Mr. Chairman.
Jesus Christ.
Good lady,
Mr.
back.
Chairman, I
Recognizes
would ask
Mr.
unanimous consent.
Ocasio-Cortez from New York.
All right, well, that was some kind of bingo going on over there. I don't know what's going on. Anyways.
I know what's going on.
Thank you to the witnesses.
Curious or welcome in.
Today, I apologize for the treatment that the four of you have been subjected to. And Governor Walz, I just have to say, I know you're getting a lot of grief from the majority here, but you know, we are talking about individuals who have cheered on an individual who issued a Nazi salute from behind the presidential seal of the United States of America, who have cheered on the pardoning of individuals who attacked the United States Capitol. And
a report came out today that a lot of Trump's pardons have resulted in people not getting the restitution they deserve for fraud.
Flew a Nazi flag and the flag of the Confederacy, traitors to the United States, sworn enemies of the United States of America, through the capital of this nation. And now they want to act offended because someone has the courage to say, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, maybe it's a duck. So I want to thank you for not wavering to their bullying, which is unconscionable and sad to see. So I just wanted to let you know that, Governor. Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
To the three of you, Governor Walz, Governor Pritzker, and Governor Hochul, you three have each sworn an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, correct? I'll start with you.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have.
And I imagine that also includes the Fourth and Fifth Amendment protections for due process and the rule of law.
It does.
Ducks quack.
Sure does.
Yes.
And that means protecting your people in your states, U.S. citizens and every individual, because that is what makes America great. That we are a land.
America is not great.
And of rule of law, to protect them from infringements of their civil liberties, correct? Now, what we are seeing is a pattern where ICE is breaking the law. We have the detention of a U.S. citizen who has been detained by immigration.
At least 4.
We have ICE here that has also
arrested a marshal.
Arrested U.S. citizens for being simply suspected of being an immigrant, largely because of their appearance. In January, a Chicago-based U.S.-born citizen, Julio Noriega, was arrested by ICE and held in custody for over 10 hours. In April, a Florida Highway Patrol officer pulled over Juan Carlos Lopez Gomez, a United States-born citizen, and arrested him on suspicion of being in the country illegally. He had his real ID, his social security card, his mother presented his birth certificate, and they still didn't let him go. In May, U.S. citizen Leonardo Garcia Venegas was filming an ICE raid. He was arrested by ICE. In May, a veteran and U.S. citizen who is Puerto Rican, was detained during an ICE raid at his workplace in New York City. That's called a paper bag test. And your job, Governor Hochul, is to protect people from that kind of infringement, correct?
Yes.
Because all of us must adhere to the law.
I don't think Hochul liked that question too much.
So if a U.S. citizen tries to break the law, or if an
I bet
ICE
Hochul
officer tries
hates
to break the law,
AOC.
your job is to uphold the law, correct?
We absolutely uphold the laws of the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of New York.
And sanctuary states are about U.S. citizens as well, having sanctuary against the attacks on our constitutional rights from illegal search and seizure. There is nothing preventing ICE from issuing a warrant and you having complete compliance with their request. Correct, Governor Hochul?
We comply in cases where there's been criminal activity alleged. Yes, we always do. But we're not involved in civil immigration enforcement because our state police that I control have to deal with other crimes that they're solving.
And apologies, I just have 10 seconds left. But when they say illegal versus legal immigration, they are trying to end legal status in the United States as well. Correct, Governor Pritzker, with the end of TPS and making people undocumented by removing legal status, ending legal status, and then having the audacity to call them illegal when they were here documented.
Taking students' visas away from people, taking their legal right to be in the United States away from them when they've been granted maybe years earlier to stay.
So I don't want to hear about how this is about illegal versus legal immigration. They are attacking legal status and removing legal status. The Republican majority is anti-legal immigration in the United States. And I want to make that very clear, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes
Mr. Chair, unanimous consent request.
Mr. Frost.
Unanimous consent request into the record a NBC article. Senator Alex Padilla removed from news conference.
Oh, so we're flipping back around. We watched the rest of this clip in a different clip. I ain't done though. This fucking hearing was insane. And it was apparently a whole parade of women who can be my GOP mommy. Here is the woman that's actually in my GOP mommy on-screen graphic. Representative Anna Paulina Luna.
Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Luna
Mr.
from
Chairman,
Florida.
point of inquiry, did you skip me in the order on purpose? Just curious.
It must have been an oversight.
Maskowitz.
Well, this is the
Chair
oversight
recognizes
committee,
Ms.
which
Luna.
has lots of oversight.
Gentlemen, please.
Chair
I'd like to ask
recognizes
my
Ms.
question.
Luna.
Just, suppressing free speech.
It's Ms. Luna.
Thank you very
You're
much,
recognized.
Chairman. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to educate the American people on what's really happening right now with these riots. So I see right now there's a lot of back and forth and finger pointing, but the fact...
Here's what's happening right now, Representative Anna Paulina Luna. You're causing a riot in my pants. And I can't help myself because you are so incredibly attractive.
Is that there is a financial tie to these riots, tied to immigration, that actually leads right back to the Communist Chinese Party. Straight up, the LA riots have been organized by an organization dubbed PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation. funded by billionaire Chinese activist Neville Singham, who spends part of his year by living in Shanghai. In addition to that, although he is not a registered foreign agent, he accepts a lot of money from the CCP and then turns around and funnels it right into some of these violent protests that we're seeing. But it doesn't just stop at the only organized protests that's using brown people and immigrants as a ruse to push their communist and Marxist agenda. Mr. Waltz, thank you for coming in today to testify, or Mr. Walls. Real quick, is it true, yes or no, that you are speaking at the June 14th?
You know, I probably should run for office just for the fuck of it.
I can't confirm that right now. That
Okay.
could be true.
Okay. Just so you know, they're advertising you speaking there.
Okay.
The graphic's actually on X right now. I'd be happy to provide it for you, so I'll take that as probably speak.
Wait a minute. The graphics on X right now, well, that doesn't mean it's true, Miss Luna.
I can't confirm that right now. That
Okay.
could be true.
Okay. Just so you know, they're advertising you speaking there.
Okay.
The graphic's actually on X right now. I'd be happy to provide it for you, so I'll take that as probably speaking. Is it true also, I know on your campaign that you had admitted to visiting China anywhere from 15 to 30 times, sir? Yes or no, please?
Who cares?
Live in
Okay.
China and
No, visiting, sir, in addition to living there and in addition
Yes,
to having, okay.
that's correct.
All right, also too, I'd like to note that during your time in Congress that you filed for a $5 million earmark that actually was secured. $2 million of it went to the Hormel Institute that actually collaborated with the Wuhan Institute.
Like Hormel chili?
The Department of Homeland Security, sir, just to you, so that you're tracking, actually had an internal memo that was released that stated that the government of China considered you a prime target for influence operations. I'm letting you know that now because I do believe that you should be made aware of, if you are not already, that you are working with and going to be speaking at an organization and rally that not is just funded by Christy Walton, the heiress of Walmart, but also has ties to the Chinese Progressive Association, largely funding it, that actually brags on their website that they are pro-Maoist. Also, too, funded by the National Endowment for Democracy.
I absolutely do,
there's a lot of
DJ
people
Dub.
on this committee that don't like billionaires interfering in politics, but say nothing when George Soros gets over $260 million from USAID.
Would you like to see pictures of my exes?
Funneled into some of these nonprofits and organizations. So I guess my question for you guys is, now that I've made you aware that these riots are not about illegals and they're not about immigrants, if they did, they would have been protesting under Barack Obama, who's also dubbed the deporter-in-chief. And frankly, I think many of you would say that Barack Obama was a good president. Are you going to say that Barack Obama
No, he wasn't.
Yes or no, Governor Waltz? Do you think he was a good president?
But not in the way you would think.
Do I think Barack Obama was
Correct.
president? I think he did a good job.
Okay, how about
Better than any Republican.
I think he did a good job.
Hochul?
Hochul, and yes, he did do a good job.
Okay, next. Perryman?
I think President Obama did a good job.
So then you would understand that Barack Obama had the very same policies, for the most part, on immigration that Republicans are parroting today, and yet you guys are sitting here saying that we're Gestapo. And what I would tell you is that
No, Obama didn't actually.
people that are coming here, the ones that are
But yes, I called him out on his immigration policies.
illegals. Some of you had said here to the actual committee that you are doing what you can to assist these people. But what I would say is that your policies aren't actually done from a place of understanding and sympathy. I would say that it's actually doing the exact opposite. And when you use brown people, just like they use black people with BLM and Marxists during BLM to usher that in, when you use brown people and you put Mexican flags with them saying that you stand up for illegal immigrants, but you follow the money and it's going back to the Communist Party. What you're essentially doing is using your platform as elected officials, the trust that the American people have put in you, essentially to usher in communism. You're not actually fighting for American values. Don't roll your eyes, because it's a serious topic and that's where the money's coming from. So now I'm informing you, so now you guys can make your decisions, but please be informed, sir, Mr. Walls, that if you truly do uphold the American ideologies and perspectives on the Constitution, you should not be speaking at that rally. I've given you the correct information, and as of right now, I've authorized a letter to be sent to my office to the President of the United States to rescind millions of dollars in funding that we know are going to the No Kings protests that were authorized and basically given under the last administration. That is what you're supposed to do, not point fingers, not blame people, but actually ensure that the American people are protected and not fighting for foreign interests, foreign governments, and also the communist
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
No.
The fuck?
Tell us what your evidence is of all this connection.
Actually, no, I will yield.
You know,
to that.
I appreciate
Mr. Goldman, you'll get 5 minutes.
Take your word for it. But
let me answer
you'll
the question.
appreciate we might want actual evidence.
I would be happy to provide that, and I'd also be happy to inform Chairman that actually we have a letter of which you can sign on to. I know you like to sign on to letters with us, especially on the Epstein stuff. But we actually have a letter going out to Neville Singham on Friday, and it's actually signed by every single member of Oversight. I'd like to extend that to you because that letter is calling him to testify, and it's also calling for his financial transactions. And do you agree, sir, that we should not be accepting money from the Communist Chinese Party? I think anyone on this platform would agree that that should not be accepted, correct?
There was one time a right-winger said that there was this company, I can't remember the name of the company, it's a huge Chinese company, said they gave Joe Biden, this is the company that supposedly Joe Biden was the big guy, he got 10%, it was supposedly 10% of like 3.5 million or something like that. I looked up that company and Trump had received over 10 million himself from that very company. It is insane.
I would like for you to actually present evidence rather than just, quote, inform the witnesses. And now that they're informed, they should assume that
I
what
don't
you
disrespect
say is
you. I'm
true
going to answer your question.
when
We are having a hearing on it where we can present all the evidence.
Order.
No, but let's have this dialogue.
Yeah, go ahead. You're recognized, Ms. Luna.
We are going to be having a hearing, and you can gavel on to the hearing. I'd appreciate you to do it because the fact is that the Democrat Party, remember,
Is it going to be as good as the Biden impeachment hearing?
Mr. Goldman, you'll have 5 minutes in a moment.
Well, Mr. Chairman,
like to
she's
go
out of time. I just think
further.
you're trying not to let me talk.
Guys, if you guys want to talk about it, I'll answer the question. But Mr. Singham is also funding Code Pink through his wife.
You know, it's my turn.
Can we ask Elon to divest from China while we're at it?
The lady's time's expired. The lady's time's expired.
Yeah, they fucking love billionaires spending untold amounts of money. Oh man, this Neville Singham that I've never fucking heard of is apparently like through shell companies or something, somehow may have sent some money to Code Pink. Meanwhile, Elon spent what, 150 billion that we know of? No, 150 million, overshot it. That we know of. Representative Lauren Boebert cannot be my GOP mommy. I do have standards. I draw the line somewhere.
From Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Los Angeles riots are certainly a shameful explosion of lawlessness that we are once again seeing. The narrative has changed in these riots, but it's certainly the same type of actors. We're seeing businesses torched, cars torched, families uprooted, certainly communities that are scared. And this is by no means a peaceful protests. It is absolute chaos, and rioters don't get a free pass to burn down cities just simply because they're mad, because they are
What
mad
city burned down?
Laws are being upheld, that our federal agents are upholding their oath and doing what they were hired to do. Our first responders deserve respect. They do not deserve to have rocks thrown at them and to be injured. But, I mean, let's be honest, this violence didn't really spark in a vacuum.
No, it didn't.
Policies are a magnet.
Wow.
They shield criminals, undermine the rule of law. And, governors, I've sat here and I've heard you today. You say that safety is your number one priority. You want your communities safe. You want your people safe. And Governor Hochul, you just asked, how can we work together to ensure that that happens? Well, that's exactly what we want to do in this hearing. We want to work together. We want to talk to you about your sanctuary policies that are actually preventing us from working with you to keep your community safe, because we want them safe as well. I have the same policies in Colorado that restrict our local law enforcement officers from coordinating with federal agents. And some of my counties have issued lawsuits to try to end that. But this is serious, and we owe it to every American to restore safety and enforce our laws. It's been stated that this is a federal law, and it's not your job to uphold the federal law. Well, we're not asking you to uphold it. We're just asking you to kind of step out of the way and allow the federal government to do to uphold these laws.
States' rights, bitch.
Someone, don't wait until they commit a violent, heinous crime before we know their immigration status. So now we're seeing these riots everywhere. We've heard in 2020 that everything was mostly peaceful as cities burned down, as people lost their lives.
What city burnt down?
Lost their lives. So I just want to ask you three governors, yes or no, is the destruction of private and governmental property, is that something that fits under your definition of a peaceful protest? Governor Walz? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't.
Always have to bring up, and then she's gonna try to tar walls with this. Feds say far right group coordinated attack on Minneapolis police precinct during protest. There's also an attack on the Nashville Capitol. Also, the right-wing Boogaloo Boys did that one. Pretty much every instance of violence that you can find from 2020 came from the right wing. Period. End of story. Just like the chart I showed you earlier from the ADL. Right-wingers commit the vast majority of the violence in this country. I am tired of the lying sacks of shit in Congress with their stupid fucking narratives. What a face. She's got me in a trance. She's staring me right in the eyes here. Are you guys seeing that? Have I been a bad boy? A little too mouthy for you? You look really mad. Do you want to give me a spanking? I really could use a GOP mommy. Yes, mommy. I'll behave myself. Just don't give me that look anymore.
Thank you. Governor Pritzker?
I find it hard to believe that you're lecturing us about peaceful protest. Look at what happened January 6th.
Do it, Pritzker.
No, what we're seeing in LA is an insurrection.
Democracy.
You want to talk about insurrection? This is an absolute insurrection.
You don't understand what insurrection is when people are trying to overturn an election here at the Congress.
I started this off
showing you
were here.
They were attacking you, by the way.
I would expect the same.
I'm answering your question. It is outrageous. You are asking us
Is it peaceful to
when you're the one condoning
to destroy
of people who attack
private and government property
right here at our Capitol?
Governor Hochul, it's been a long day. Does that fit under your definition of a peaceful protest? The destruction of private and government property?
No, and we feel for the business owners and the community for what's going on there.
So do we.
This is a narrow
yes or no,
scope of people, and the vast majority are
would lighting police cars on fire fit under the definition of a peaceful protest?
Are you talking about Pritzker? Is he losing weight?
Cars on
yes
fire.
or no?
I'm opposed to violence in any form. Yes.
Governor Walz?
Yeah, we reject that.
Okay. Throwing bricks or large rocks at police officers? Is that peaceful?
It is not.
Is that peaceful, Governor?
Whether it's in Los Angeles or here in Washington at the Capitol, no.
Yeah, that didn't happen here.
It did.
Rejected.
It actually did, but no, it's not acceptable.
Okay. Governor Pritzker, you have, have you or have you not, called for mass protests and mobilization and disruption?
Yes.
Indeed. Microphones, megaphones,
and
going to the ballot box.
Well, they're responding in a much different way, are they not? President Trump also asked
no, they're being awfully peaceful.
Peacefully make their voices heard. So it's okay for you to say that and hold that standard, but President Trump has a different standard when he actually makes the claim.
Inciting riots at the Capitol?
And you said you want mass
protests,
mobilizations, and disruption as a response to President Trump's policies. I just think that this is all hypocritical. You've called in your National Guard. You don't want President Trump to to come in and enforce the rule of law to keep communities safe, and your destructive policies are harming American citizens. We should not have to wait until violence is committed to find out their legal status. We have 2 million unknown gotaways because of Joe Biden's administration, and we have got to find them and get them out of America. And I thank President Trump and his administration for doing just that. I yield.
Gentlelady yields. Chair recognizes Mr. Craig from Minnesota.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for allowing me to wave on.
Insanity. We ain't done. This hearing, I probably could have pulled 3 or 4 more clips from this fucking hearing. This dude, we played him a week or 2 ago, and he just said the most absurd shit I've ever heard. So I am assuming he's going to do it again. This is Representative Brandon Gill.
Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor Pritzker, do you know how much illegal immigration costs your state each year?
No, sir, I do not.
Costs over $780 per family per year. That's a lot of money, isn't it?
Cost the state.
Yes, it is. And may I ask, what do you mean by the cost?
That is a lot of money.
The cost of illegal immigration.
Let me ask you, do you know who Franklin Jose Pena?
Did you know that immigrants, undocumented immigrants, pay over $1 billion in taxes to this country every year?
Ramos says
that they do not receive services back from, by the way.
Are you talking about the federal government's cost to the state of Illinois as a result of the failed
Ramos says
immigration policy?
It's a yes or no question. I'll take that as a no. Do you know who Jose Martinez Rangel is?
Yeah, he owes me money.
You don't. You should. Those are 2 men who came into this country illegally, raped and murdered 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungary in my home state of Texas. Do you think that elected officials...
And the governor of Illinois should know about this.
Sir, before they committed a crime, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Do you think that they should have been welcomed into our communities? That's a very straightforward question.
Someone who commits murder, no. Someone who commits murder should be apprehended.
Why did you state during Biden's border crisis that illegal aliens, quote, should have been welcomed and helped by elected...
There was no border crisis.
When you say illegal aliens, these are people who are given
welcomed
asylum.
And helped into our communities.
People who are asylum
That's an easy
seekers.
yes or no question.
Well, you're mischaracterizing them.
It is your position that they should have been welcomed into our communities. Is that correct?
There were asylum
That's from
seekers
your
who were
own
here
statement.
legally.
And then they went on and murdered and raped 12-year-old Jocelyn.
Someone who commits murder should be held accountable. We do that in the state.
And you think they should have been welcomed?
Damn right, Ponder Monkey.
I don't know how you can tell before somebody commits a crime that they are
secure
going
the
to
border
commit the
and
crime.
not let illegal aliens come into our communities. Do you support abolishing ICE?
Asylum seekers.
Yes, get rid of ICE.
Abolishing ICE.
Fuck it.
No, I believe we need an immigration force in the United States.
No, we don't.
You don't.
In fact,
You believe a budget is a moral document. Is that correct?
Moral document?
You do. You tweeted that. Your administration gave $12,000 to the Organized Communities Against Deportations, which just this past month was marching in the streets of Chicago with signs saying abolish ICE. Do you support this?
I do not.
Is this a
$12,000?
Immigration force.
Is this a reflection of your moral values?
I do not support abolishing an immigration force.
That's good to hear.
I do.
Mr. Governor, do you think that biological men should be able to use women's restrooms?
Wow.
I'm not sure how this has to do with immigration.
It's just a yes or no question.
Why are you?
It's very easy to
politicizing
answer.
this?
Do you
I
think
thought
that
we were
men
here
should be using
doing
women's
fact
restrooms?
finding.
I think trans women should be allowed to use whatever fucking bathroom they feel most comfortable in, and it's none of your goddamn business.
This has come to this issue.
You
It has
tweeted
nothing
that
to do
as
with
a
immigration.
protest against President Trump, everyone should use the other gender's bathroom today.
Sure.
You ever use the women's restroom?
Yes, I have.
Not that I can recall ever, sir. No.
You wanted everybody else to do it, but you didn't?
Sir, I'm not sure why we're on a topic that has
I'm
nothing to
asking
do
you,
with
you're
today's hearing.
advocating for men to use women's restrooms, but you didn't do it?
I do not advocate that, no.
Well, actually, you did.
Who hasn't used a women's restroom or a men's restroom? Who hasn't used the bathroom of the opposite sex?
Criticizing this in a way that what we ought to be focusing on is
Do you
the
regret
failure
encouraging
of the federal
men to
government
use women's restrooms?
and the Congress to deal with immigration reform.
Do you regret encouraging men to use women's restrooms?
Again, you're taking us on topics that have.
Did you ever
nothing to
consider
do
that
with
women don't
the
want you in
subject
their,
that you
in their
invited us here
bathrooms?
for? So you're admitting that this is just a political circus?
No,
Is that what you're
I'm
doing?
asking you
This
because
has
you put
nothing
this
to do
on,
with
on the
immigration.
internet.
I feel like the last time this dude spewed a bunch of bullshit, it was a bunch of anti-trans nonsense.
About you grandstanding.
I'm asking you, have you ever considered that women don't want you in their bathrooms?
Have you ever considered women don't want you anywhere near them?
Any other man in?
Congressman, let's talk
You
about
can't-
your
you can't say that
failure to
normal
vote
people can
for
say that
Medicaid.
they
In
don't-
fact, you want to
that
take
they don't
Medicaid
think
away.
men should be in
and
women's
SNAP
restrooms.
And
That's a
veteran
very
services.
straightforward question.
You apparently want people
And you're
to die.
encouraging-
You're mischaracterizing trans women as men, though.
Girls. Do you think that's appropriate?
Sir, if we're going to
Do you think that's
politicize this,
normal?
let's talk about what you're doing to people in
You
this
think that
country
that's normal?
by virtue of your vote.
All right, let's move on.
with
Let's
President
ask,
Trump.
do you support Hamas's agenda?
What?
Sir, I do not. They are a terrorist organization.
Your administration gave a grant to the Muslim Civic Coalition, which just 2 weeks after October 7th was marching in the streets of Chicago to, quote, stop the U.S.-backed genocide against Gaza.
Great.
Is that a reflection of your values?
I have spent my life fighting anti-Semitism.
No, I'm asking, is this a reflection of your values?
I'm not sure why you're attacking
Because
me
your
about something in an
administration gave
organization.
money
Exactly, Carla.
organization.
I'm explaining to you that what we do in the state of Illinois is stand up for what we believe are
You didn't have to
rights
give
and
money to
freedoms.
this to the Muslims.
Also, I let it slip. He totally condemned.
The right to express themselves.
to stop the
We don't-
U.S.-backed genocide against Gaza. That was your choice.
I know
that was your
Republicans want to
administration.
take away people's right to free speech. We don't in the state of Illinois, and I
They've
do
got
not
the
believe
right to
that
free
is
speech.
proper.
They don't have the right to tax dollars, and you gave them to them.
What?
You want to take those rights away from people. I understand.
Yeah.
Time's expired. Chair recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Trump administration isn't serious.
Yeah, I'm gonna skip some shit. I'm gonna leave some shit for Sunday. We're gonna do music requests tomorrow night. Saturday is gonna be protests. The Army Parade. Sunday we'll be back with the Troll Patrol. On Sunday night, MAGA hat wearing Republicans rout Dems in congressional baseball game. This happened last night. For like the 5th year in a row, they stomped them. The GOP has dominated the annual congressional baseball game for the 5th year in a row, crushing the Democrats in a 13-2 rout at Washington's National Park on Wednesday. Donning matching red jerseys and, of course, red caps, the Republican team led by Florida led by Florida Representative Greg Steube pitched 5 innings with 7 strikeouts while allowing just 2 runs from their opponents. The Democrats threatened early, loading the bases in the first inning, but Texas Rep. August Pfluger made a game-changing driving stop at third base to end the rally in a play that quickly went viral. The GOP then broke the game open with a 5-run 4th inning, stretching their lead to 10-2. Indiana Rep. Marlon Stutzman added a 2-run double in the 5th, celebrating with a Trump-style dance. So he did the double dick jack. Well, Iowa Senator Joni Ernst made history as the first woman to play, scoring a run in the 6th. Democrats struggled defensively with California Rep. Pete Aguilar, giving up 13 runs in the 6th inning. The loss extends a lopsided trend, which has seen Republicans win 5 straight games with 4 blowouts in a row, including last year's 31-11 rout. Prior to their winning run, the Democrats had won the last 10 out of 11 games. There you can see Senator Joni Ernst pinch hitting, the first senator, the first woman to play in the congressional baseball game. She also looks good in that dress. Very nice on her, I think. Maybe I'm just biased. Did I accidentally erase her phone number? No, I didn't. I must have. Jesus. Oh, there it is. There it is. I was about to say.
You have reached the office of Senator Joni Ernst. Please leave a message.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hey, Senator Ernst, it's JustinFREAKIN, host of the Troll Patrol Live again. Just giving you a call to let you know I saw you play in the congressional baseball game. I wanted to congratulate you on being the first woman to play in the congressional baseball game. Congratulations on getting a run in the game, and you look mighty good in that dress, might I add. Once again, don't want to be creepy or anything, but if you wanted to, you can give me a call back here during the show. It's 917-830-4359. I'm in the market for a GOP mommy, and I kind of find you really attractive. So, Senator Ernst, have a fantastic evening, and we will talk again soon. And I've been holding off. I have somebody who went on a rant about Seth Rollins stealing everything from other people. And I'm like, brother, you don't even know. We're going to have to do that bit here soon. I've been holding off on that one because we've had protests, war, and shit going on. God damn. Let's watch this video. This puppy had been lost for 5 months. Lost in the wilderness. You're getting ready to see this puppy reunited with their owner. Why can't I make it big? Ugh. God, I hate social media so bad. None of your sites work well.
Put your head down. Put your head down. It's okay. You can
Okay, Ray. Hi, baby
just give her a minute. Okay.
Hi, baby girl.
Oh, there it is.
There it goes.
There she goes.
There's a tail now. There the tail's going. Oh, Carla. I lost Smokey for 8 days, and I about lost it. Oh.
Are you happy? Yes. Oh my God. Are you so happy?
amazing.
Put your head down.
You just gotta sniff a little bit and realize what's going on. It takes her a little bit.
Okay, Ray. Hi, baby
Just give her a minute.
girl.
Ugly.
Hi, baby girl.
Oh, there it is.
There it goes.
There she goes. Oh.
The fact that I have Nancy Pelosi's titties saved on my hard drive is kind of weird.
You sticker. Are you happy? Yes. Oh my God. Are you so?
I mean, I'd slap him.
A titty slap.
Come on now.
Put your head down. Put your head down. It's okay. You can put her.
Okay, Ray. Hi, baby
Just give her a minute.
girl.
Ugly.
Hi, baby girl.
Oh, there it is.
There it goes.
There she goes. Oh.
She gave me kisses, but nowhere like that. She knows
Oh, I know.
that. She knows. You sticker. Are you happy? Yes. Oh my God. Are you so happy?
Incredibly happy. Such a happy baby. I've never touched a titty I didn't like.
Put your head down. It's okay. You can put her.
Flash, I think you meant 81-year-old tatas, not 18-year-old tatas.
Ugly.
Hi, baby girl.
Oh,
You're a little confused there, my friend.
Oh.
She gave me kisses, but nowhere like that. She knows
Oh, I know.
that. She knows.
Sweet baby. All right, so call-in show tomorrow night.
Yes. Oh my God. Are you so happy?
Saturday, we're going to be doing no wrestling. We're going to be doing the protest, the Army Parade.
Put your head down. Put your head down. It's okay. You can put her.
If you're watching on Twitch, I'm going to send you over to my new friend, the Noisy Immigrant. Hung out with them yesterday. They were awesome.
Girl.
Oh, there it is.
There it goes.
There she goes.
So if you're watching on Twitch,
Oh.
no, what?
Oh.
Did she get implants? Did Nancy Pelosi get implants? You're shitting me.
Oh, I know.
She knows. You sticker.
And she got implants at
Are you happy?
60-something?
Are you so happy?
I'm stunned. Twitch people, you're heading over to the Noisy Immigrant. You got them updated. Yes, go research Nancy's titties.
Put your head down. It's
Go
okay.
ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. We'll see you tomorrow night for Total Freaking Request Friday Night Live.
Baby girl.
Oh.